Welcome to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into the structure and funding of the arts, music, nighttime economy and transport portfolios. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I'm chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome to our first witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each of you, starting from you, Ms McCarthy, and moving that way, state your name, position, title and then either the oath or affirmation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. My name is Justine McCarthy. I'm the Director of Professionals Australia, New South Wales branch. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Mr Turner.
My name's Steve Turner. I'm the Senior Industrial Officer at Professionals Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And Ms Osorio.
Hi, my name is Nati Osorio. I'm Professionals Australia organizer dedicated to transport for New South Wales and Sydney Metro. And I'm here solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now for a short opening statement, one or more of you, who's making that?
Thank you. Statement. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thanks again to the committee for this opportunity to appear today. Professionals Australia is a union that represents more than 20,000 engineers and technical professionals across Australia. Transport for New South Wales and the broader transport cluster are PA's largest sites. Our members are committed to the safe, reliable and efficient delivery of roads, rail and public transport services that millions of people across New South Wales rely on every day. Our submission into this inquiry is based on the real-life experiences of our members in transport. It is a member-led and member-authored submission that seeks to demonstrate and explain our members' concerns. Our members believe that the Transport for New South Wales operational model reform represents a risk to public safety, technical integrity and value for money. Our members say that this reform is driving three critical and interconnected risks. First, the systemic de-engineering of roles where technical positions have been rewritten to remove qualification requirements. Second, the appointment of unqualified or non-technically skilled executives into technical leadership roles using vague equivalent experience provisions in job descriptions. Third, the over-reliance on professional service contractors to fill capability gaps created by these structural changes, sometimes at double or triple the cost of an internal permanent staff. This has hollowed out internal expertise, weakened technical oversight and left qualified engineers subject to direction from managers who do not have the technical skills and experience to understand the risks that they're managing. Our members tell us that transport's reliance on contractors has reached crisis levels. In some branches, contractors make up the overwhelming majority of the workforce. This is not efficiency, it's capability outsourcing at premium rates, with reduced accountability, weakened continuity and uninformed purchasing. Members report situations where contractors manage other contractors with no clear ownership of outcomes. Errors take months to fix, documentation is lost and projects are duplicated or abandoned. What does this mean for our members? Some members have explained that there is an area in regional rail project where there are numerous project manager consultants that don't have a defined scope area of work, but are kept around to manage whatever they get involved in. They have no delegation authority and no experience in the area, and the technical team often has to fix their mistakes, do their work for them, or tell them that they're wrong. Much of the work these consultants do involves taking information from the work of the transport engineers, pasting it into an email and sending it back to the same people who prepared it. They report that there are also about 10 PSCs performing technical work on the project, which could easily be performed by existing transport engineers. This work involves scope technical modifications, reviewing design documents, and assisting the supplier in designing the train, all of which transport internal resources have sufficient skills and capability. There have been several occasions when these contractors are incorrect or lack the necessary skills to perform the work. Transport internal engineering teams consistently have to fix the errors or explain simple engineering concepts to them because they just don't understand the project. This clearly demonstrates a lack of efficiency, duplication of work, loss of career opportunity for internal skilled staff, and of course, it's an extraordinary waste of spending and public resources. And this demonstrates that this model is not in the public interest. The impacts of this reform also extend well beyond Sydney. At a time when the New South Wales government is actively promoting and encouraging people to move to regional and rural New South Wales, some of our members working there are being told that their roles have now officially been relocated to Sydney. And this is despite the fact that they live, work and deliver services in regional and rural communities. 950 potential job losses will hit both metropolitan and regional New South Wales, weakening local communities and economies and forcing the state to no doubt repurchase lost capability later at premium rates. Understand that you will have read our submission. We also have some survey results that I just want to very quickly run through as part of my statement. So in order to further understand the real workforce impacts of this reform, PA conducted a broad member survey across Transport for New South Wales. I'll just do a quick summary of findings, which indicates that 92% of respondents do not believe that Transport for New South Wales will be a fit-for-purpose organisation under the new operating model. 54% of respondents stated that their roles have been changed or abolished under the new operating model. There were 3 top concerns indicated in the survey responses, and those are the appointment of unqualified executives into technical leadership roles. Secondly, the de-engineering of roles where technical positions have been rewritten to remove qualification requirements. And thirdly, a lack of internal knowledge management. 89% of respondents also stated that they felt deeply concerned about the future of Transport for New South Wales, and 95% expressed concerns that the consultation process was not adequate nor meaningful. So after 4 months of continuous engagement across executive, ministerial and industrial channels, our members are telling us that no one is listening to their concerns, no one is taking their issues seriously, and that there's been no real fundamental shift in the direction of the reform. This is why we are here today. Professionals Australia members are calling on the New South Wales Parliament to ensure that this restructure delivers in the public interest, not just on an executive spreadsheet. We ask that the committee ensure that there is the retention of in-house engineers and technical professionals. We're asking for the protection of public ownership and the rejection of what looks to be a backdoor privatisation process. We're asking for qualified leadership in all safety, critical and technical executive jobs. Strong knowledge transfer, mentoring and succession planning. Full transparency on contractor numbers and costs. And genuine enforceable consultation with workers and their unions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very good opening statement. We will be speaking to the Transport Secretary later. What do you think they will be saying in terms of their defence of why this is all happening? That's my first question, because it's just like, why on earth would this be happening, particularly in terms of the contractors, given a lot of what the government has said since coming to office about trying to reduce actively the number of contractors. Why is Transport for New South Wales doing it? Firstly, I'll just put that out there. Mr. Turner.
Great question.
I haven't got an opening statement, and people might want to answer this differently, but just in terms of that, I've got with me the letters that the Secretary wrote to us, to the union, on the 23rd of July, which started this whole process, when he's talking about beginning the transport operating model, and he goes into all the reasons for why he's starting and undertaking the transport operating model. We've then got Thomas Costas from Unions New South Wales reply to him after meeting with all of the combined transport unions about all of our concerns about what he's raised and what can happen in the future. His then reply to us, or to Thomas, about why he thinks all of those concerns can be met, and he goes into a whole big explanation of consultation detail, which we say has never occurred, which is partly what our 4 members were talking about before, and then there's an update. So I've got 10 copies of each of those if it's helpful for the committee.
I think that would be very helpful. If you're saying you'd like to table those,
Yep.
Yes, please.
And I can respond
Thank
a
you.
little bit of the question you have asked. So we are here today essentially because we care. Our members care about the public service. Our members care about the work they do for the community. They live and work in the community. Regional New South Wales, Greater Sydney, everywhere. We are doing this just because we are desperate, and we have tried everything else.
Mm-hmm.
We have went to the IRC. We have filed disputes. We have a work health and safety dispute as well, because transport, we thought everything that is happening already to the employees is also trying to implement the workplace presence policy. And when you are in a regional New South Wales based office and now your role has changed to Sydney, you need flexibility to perform your job. I will just start with that. But to respond to your question, we asked the question and we questioned. I have provided to a few copies of examples of the excessive use of PSCs. There's 2 cases, case studies that we have reviewed. The information comes directly from the intranet from Transport for New South Wales, so they cannot deny that information. The response to one of those is in one area is asset management. There's a program they're trying to implement, and our members have explained that to you before, the RACI program. That RACI program costs $200 million.
What is that program? That's RAISI?
Okay,
Is that,
yes. So, for what I understand, and I'm not a technical person, for what the members have explained to me, essentially it's a program that is supposed to be replace several different programs, that system programs, like for them to review documents and stuff like that. I could be wrong, but it's replacing a range of programs that are already in place in the organization. Our members don't believe that it's going to be helpful because there's already systems in place and the systems are working. And if we're trying to save money, why on earth we are spending $200 million on a program? Plus, to implement that program, in one branch only, there's 164 professional service contractors. The response from transport on that is that it's just a temporary measure. It's been temporary for already 2 years.
And jumping in, what is that branch? Because this is in your submission.
You have sorry,
Is
I'll
that
tell you
this
right
new-
away. I'll tell you right away.
5 of the submission.
Yeah, but which is the branch? What's the
The
name of
branch
the
is the prioritization and asset management.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see in the attachment that I provided that there is 164 professional service contractor, equivalent to the 90% of the total of employees in that area. It's outrageous. And the answer from the government, or from Transport Secretary, I'll say, is that it's just a temporary measure, and these are very specific skills they have. But when you see the job titles of these people, anyone already working in transport can do these jobs. There are no specific skills, and if you're implementing a system that you are hoping to have for years in the future, you should have hired people permanently to do this job. And as Ms. McCarthy said before, a professional service contractor, it costs to the organization about 3 times the cost of an award employee.
Chair, can
So
I just
it's
quickly
waste.
jump in there, just on that point,
Yep.
Mrs. Sorio, when you're talking about claiming temporary, it's already 2 years. That's outside the government's own guidelines that they put
Yeah.
forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, and well, definitely it is outside. And we have reports from our members that this professional service contractor, not just in this area, across the organization, are engaged for some of them up to 7 years.
Wow.
The thing is, it's very hard to prove because according to the report from our members, what happened, and they work with them every day, so is that they see them every day and they have seen them for years and years through their careers. They finish the contract, let's say, on a Friday, and then they come back on Monday under a new contract, and the clock starts from 0. So there's no way for us union officials to prove that, and we have asked information from transport. I have personally made GIPA requests. They have been denied. I made a GIPA request specifically about one PSC. I'm not going to provide names, but you can find that information easily. This person was performing a role in the regional fleet program area for a year, was paid around $1.1 million from taxpayer money, and then this person was directly appointed to an executive director role. So this is the thing that our members are dealing with. And when I asked, because the information came to me from a completely different area, no one from that branch realized that, because it's very secretive, you don't know. When I asked the members in the area if they knew this person, the answer from them was, oh, I didn't know it was a professional service contractor. We thought it was an executive assistant, because that person did not have a clue of what they were doing.
Can I ask the question? I had a look, quite a detailed look a while ago into the consultants used by Sydney Metro and the skimming off the top, if you like, of the agencies who were recruiting or putting in place contractors. In terms of all of the PSCs, are there guidelines around the conflict of interest or involvement in terms of those companies who are hiring out the PSCs? Is that all completely separate from current Transport for New South Wales employees, do you know? Or is that something that hasn't come up?
I won't
Okay.
know that. But what I can say about that in line of the PSC, so to continue with that, is that we have, so everywhere you see in transport, you will see PSCs. In some cases, yes, there is a few cases that we can accept. There are specific skills.
Okay.
But in majority of those cases,
When this all
are
started,
not.
Sorry.
you go?
When this all started, the Secretary of Transport lodged a dispute against the unions for not consulting properly on it, because we were trying to ask too many questions.
Irony.
We ended up in front of the IRC before Commissioner McRobert. A lot of this information was put to her during that, and so she started asking questions about the PSCs and trying to find information from them, and they refused to answer her questions. So you've got a government department in front of the IRC refusing to answer questions of the Commissioner dealing with the dispute that they lodged.
Wow.
Just unbelievable.
That's very interesting. I've got many more, but I'll ask one more question, throw it to the opposition again. In your opening statement, Ms. McCarthy, you used the term backdoor privatisation process. Now, to me, that's very surprising, because this is a Labor government, and they do like to say very publicly, no more privatisation. I would have also thought that potentially any loss of jobs privatisation within Transport for New South Wales frankly would have happened under the opposition and there wouldn't have been much left. But it does seem as though there's potentially a lot more to go. I shouldn't even joke about this, but you have said that. Could you maybe flesh that out a bit? Why do you call it a backdoor privatisation process?
Yeah, thank you. And yes, we're just as surprised as you are, and it brings us absolutely no joy to be here in this situation. It's, obviously we don't want to be, it's uncomfortable for us to be raising this about a Labor government, obviously being a trade union. And I want to acknowledge that and make it clear that we get no pleasure or joy from this. However, our members are telling us that there are multiple examples across the whole organisation where there could be perfectly capable internal technical engineers carrying out work, but it's being done by contractors. And there are multiple examples of where whole departments are populated mostly by contractors as opposed to internal skilled engineers that could be performing the work. And so our members tell us that it feels like it's almost backdoor privatisation. It's not happening under legislation. It's not happening by any other channel other than gutting out internal capability and replacing it with contractor capability. And, a lot of the roles being performed by contractors, our members tell us they could be doing that. And so that's what our members are telling us. It feels like a backdoor privatisation process.
Yeah, thank you.
I could add specific examples for that.
Yes.
So again, in the regional fleet program. So this is a very, very controversial area. The members are really, really afraid to speak out, but even with that, they have spoken to me. And I can now, through the current restructure, so it's detailed design of this branch, I'm just going to read. So in one area that is called the testing team, the current structure is 1 engineering manager, 1 senior manager, 2 project engineers. It will be reduced now under the proposed structure to 1 single senior engineer. So from 4 roles to one area. And other area is a project engineer. So all the project engineers, there's 4 project engineers, all of the roles, every grade 8 project engineer role has been abolished. And this is essential. This is essential because they do documentation review, verification, technical coordination, they commission and support, issue resolution, and integration. And now all these roles are gone. Who is going to do those roles? And that's the question, that's why we are here. If you check on by New South Wales, you could find who is going to be doing these roles because there is tenders out to hire consultants, companies to do those specific roles. There's also the quality assurance capability being affected. That team is being reduced from 8 to 4, and again, the job is still the same. They are trying to deliver regional New South Wales with a proper fleet for the future of the state, and the teams are being reduced. The other problem that we have here, and everything that I'm saying can be compared and checked with by New South Wales because you will find the tenders up there. Everything that is happening in that specific area is also affecting our members in a personal level because everyone who dare to speak and challenge this executive making these decisions, he has been punished, ostracized. We have delegates who have been forced to go on leave. We have every single member in that branch working at 200% capacity, working 12 hours a day without any compensation because of their seniority. They are outside their work, so they are in something called the Transport Service Senior Manager. And those are very unfair contracts. Those contracts provide no protections to the employees. They can be terminated at any time with a little notice. And most of the people, because of the specific skills they have, they are outside the range of the coverage of the award, transport or RMS, whatever you. So one part of the question and the ask that we have today for you is we want a Transport Administration Act reform, because these TSSM people are operational engineers, are operational professionals. They are not executives. And by being on this outside the award, they are unprotected, and they are subject to this bullying and harassment, punishment for just doing their jobs.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Natalie.
And thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming along. I absolutely accept, and it's quite apparent that you all are very diligent and committed to your roles, and that is why you're here, having gone through, as you've said, the other avenues and coming to us today. So thank you for doing so, because you are so committed to delivering great service in your roles. Can I just pick up on the point about capability loss? And I note the paper about the abolition of engineering roles and operational risks on the regional fleet program. I've read the Auditor General's report on that. I just wanted to go more specifically to the page 5 of the submission and the erosion of that technical capability, and ask you to elaborate on that, about the capability loss, what skills will be lost, and what the cost of that is, what the impact in terms of cost is to losing that capability. What we're talking about here, and you gave one example of the consultant being paid $1.5, I think you said $1 million, and then which could be done by a full-time or a couple of full-time people. I'm sure that none of you are paid that, or engineers are paid
exactly
that.
Right.
So could you just give a more specific examples and elaborate on that concern in relation to the quantum, the capability loss, the skill sets?
I could give it's a general example, but it's very helpful for this case. So we have people working in transport for over 30 years.
Yeah.
People that are reaching out retirement age. They want to go and enjoy their life. And for years, these members, so most of them are members of us, have tried to pass the knowledge. I've requested. I have a specific case of a member that is outside transport now, but it was terrible what happened to him.
Yeah.
So he's a TSSM again. The problem with the TSSM, when you are too good at your job, you go ahead, but then you have to go outside the award, because otherwise the organization cannot pay you what you deserve. This person tried for 1.5 years, if not more, to get authorization to work part-time and have someone to shadow him. He made requests to HR executives in his area for 1.5 years, and no one ever authorized that. By the time this restructure came and an expression of interest to leave early the organization was made to transport senior service managers, he put the expression of interest thinking, all right, what else I'm going to do? I try everything to pass my knowledge, but they're not listening. They don't care. And again, we have the issue of having an executive without qualification or understanding of what they do, because they didn't think it was a problem, but it was. He was approved, so his early exit was approved. He was told on a Friday, 2 p.m. via phone call, don't worry, you don't need to leave right away, so you will have enough, because he was really worried about creating a handover, provide information to whoever is going to take his role in the future. He was told at 3 p.m. by this PNC partner person that don't worry, you're going to have 2 or 3 weeks to prepare your handover. You don't need to go now. Your direct manager is on leave, and you can work on the handover from now on. The same day, 6 p.m., outside working hours, without respecting the member's right to disconnect, he got another call from the same person saying, I'm really sorry, but your last day is tomorrow. Oh. We need your laptop and your computer.
Yeah. Okay.
That member is 66 years old. He could not sleep at all night. Yeah. He was distressed. He was coming today, but he cannot, because his health is being in decline because of the stress.
I'm so sorry to hear that, and please, if you can, convey our, or at least my concerns about that. Can I just ask you, though, and open to all of you, to sort of put that in a more plain English, if you like, if I'm not from the public service and I don't know TSSM and the technical terms, could you perhaps just explain that in sort of layman's terms that average public member might understand about that loss of capability? What does that mean?
I can say something too, if you.
Yeah, we
if
might
you
just
want.
go to the others and come
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to you, Ms. Ossett. Thank you.
I just think in plain language
Yeah.
terms, if you don't have the right technical people there in technical roles making the decisions on design, scope, all of that, if you don't have that internal capability within transport, you're no longer an informed purchaser. And therefore you've got contractors, let's face it, there's an opportunity for contractors. Their interest is profit, whereas if you've got internal capability, the interest is delivering for the community, delivering for the taxpayer. That's the difference in the interest. And so in plain language terms, I think the problem is it's not in public interest, but it's also you'll be seeing grossly inflated costs associated with projects or problems needing fixing, because what we see is that obviously the consultants charge a lot more money, and yet you're probably not going to get a better outcome at all, because they don't have the knowledge management of having been in transport, knowing the systems, knowing the assurances, knowing what's required. And we've had examples where we've had engineers say, oh, I saved the state X million dollars today. A contractor was trying to say, we'll do it this way, we'll do it this way. I put my foot down and was able to say, well, no, I'm sorry, I'm not technical. We'll do it this way. And that then enabled a saving for the people of New South Wales by X million dollars. If you don't have that there's no checks and balances. So you become uninformed purchasers, it increases safety risks, and it's just, a waste of money.
And another
Mr.
very
Tanner.
short example, well, not example exactly, but these PSCs are professional service contractors. We don't know why transport's moving to these PSCs everywhere. An engineer, and the engineers before were talking about how they're de-skilling the jobs now, and so rather than hiring a proper engineer with 4 years experience in the qualifications and registration, they'll go and get a PSC who might not be an engineer, might not have
A consultant, if you like.
Yeah, as a
Just in plain
consultant.
English, yeah.
They're professional service contractors, which are consultants. Engineer might be 120, 140,000 a year. They'll be 1.2 million. And we don't know why it's happening, but it's what's causing the de-skilling.
And can you talk to the risk associated with that?
I could talk to the
There's-
risk.
I mean, there's
Joe Public, what does that mean for maintenance, for bridges, for projects?
Yeah.
Talk me through the practical reality of what that means.
The practical reality is that you might have an engineer, let's say Steve's the engineer and I'm an executive with very little engineering knowledge, which could very well be me. And Steve says to me, we need to make these decisions based on the lifespan of this particular asset. There's going to be risks if we don't do this, this and this. I look at that and say, is that something we really need to do? No, probably not. Like, let's put that one to the side. Let's not worry about it. That's when things like bridges collapse, roads fail, accidents happen. That's the real risk. It does become safety risk in those very real terms.
I just want to say, and one has to start wondering whether that's one of the reasons why we read almost daily now about the rail system starting to fail and things collapsing and poles falling over and tracks not necessarily lining up. That's happening for some reason, and it's happening quite regularly now. Could it be because of this lack of professional skills making sure that they're built properly and maintained properly?
Yeah, we've had members say to us, very concerned, saying that they've put forward specs or whatever for particular projects that are safety critical, lifespan critical, but they're just overlooked. They're not taken seriously. They're overlooked and not taken seriously because the person that's looking at it probably doesn't understand. And it's no criticism of them. It's just that they don't have the engineering training and background, and they're looking at what the budget is or whatever, and they're not able to understand the risks that they're managing, is what our members are telling us.
Now, I'll come back to you because I know you wanted to add something, but is it a bit like, with an aeroplane, we would not sacrifice servicing and regular maintenance, because we know the risk is a similar sort of thing. If you don't look at these things, there is a risk. You might not be aware of it. I don't know about engineering and planes, but I know that if they don't get it right, there's a problem. I don't want to be extreme about it, but when you're coming to rail safety and you're coming to transport safety and the loss of, I think you talked about the Centre for Road Safety as well.
Yes.
They are very real issues that I would have thought taxpayers expect to be done as a minimum. Did you want to speak to that? And I'm conscious that you wanted to add something.
Yes, that's exactly what our members tell us. The analogy you just gave us with the plane is precisely how members talk to us about the risks and consequences if no one's listening to what the engineering and technical professionals are saying.
In what specific examples?
I can give an example.
Yep.
Yeah, I can give a specific example of that.
On a project.
Regional rail project, again. So this is, as I say, a very conflictive area where our members are very brave, but scared at the same time. So there's an issue. There was an issue when they were developing the regional rail fleet about the specification of the fuel that these trains were supposed to be using. At the time when this was being designed in the design stage, before they are asking the builder to build the train, it's a company called CAF in Spain. There was a shortage of a fuel called AdBlue. So normally the trains run on AdBlue, but because it was a shortage across the world at the time, our members, the expert in this, have raised the issue and concern and say we need the trains to be designed to function with any fuel, not just with AdBlue. And according to them, they raise the issue, they provide documentation, design plans and everything, but at the moment, the train builder, CAF, say yes, we will comply with the requirement, but guess what? They did not. They did not do that, and when they received the trains, they discovered that the trains can only run on AdBlue. And that add to the cost of that project. We're not talking about millions of dollars, we're talking about billions. And delay the project that originally was, I don't know, I'm just making dates, but let's say 2023 to now 2026. So those are the risks. And when we're talking about regional rail fleet, we're talking about regional communities. The regional communities, they rely on these kind of trains. The communities, the towns cannot survive without having a proper public transport.
Yep.
And our members have raised this issue, and because probably a PSC was involved, or the executive is not across because he's not an expert, this happened.
Thank you. I'll temporarily chair and hand to the Honourable Nicole.
Thank you. Ms McCarthy, you've pointed out that it is uncomfortable for you to be here and raising these things as a trade union, but it is unbelievably disrespectful of your members, everything that's being dealt with, whether it's the poor culture, whether it's the inflated number of consultants, whether it's the reduced qualifications and experience, and even dumbing down the work for people that are trying to do their best job. But the other concern that you raised that is of significant interest to me is essentially being ignored in trying to advance these concerns with the New South Wales Labor government. So with that, I'd like to look at the Deputy Secretary and a very good point that the Chair made, that he's no doubt going to try to claim this afternoon when it comes to consultation and engagement with you as the professional body and your members more directly. Now, I can quote that he stated publicly that he vowed to consult staff on strategic objectives and budget targets. So to what degree did this occur and when?
Well, effectively, it hasn't occurred. As was being described earlier, they come up with their statements of what they want for each of the sections. There was a very complicated diagram given to us about how each of the sections would be rolled out and the consultation would occur. Our members feel they get shown what's come from what was named earlier from the steering committee. They try and have some input into it and talk about their concerns with what they can see in it. It comes back later on with not much change, and they can't see how their comments have been listened to at all or taken forward. And so we don't believe that consultation is occurring adequately or properly at all.
Members have been telling us that during these consultation pieces, and there's so many, as a small union team, we can't be at every single one of them. They're put on at short notice, multiple at a time, and our members tell us that it's a determination, it's not a consultation, it is a pure determination of this is how the structure's going to look, this is what's going to happen, if anyone asks any questions, the response, a standard response is, we don't have time to go through the detail. But see, our members are very passionate about the detail, and the detail is actually what really matters here when you're talking about roads, rail, transport infrastructure. You can't just brush aside the detail. And that's, for us, that's been incredibly frustrating, and we don't believe it's meeting adequate consultation by any means. We were, at the very beginning of the process, told that it's a budgetary figure. We've got to, meet this budget cut. That's not unusual. It's not the first time that that's happened. Okay, but what's missing is the piece where you say, well, all right, let's have a look at the organisation as a whole. Let's look at the work that needs to be done. What skill sets do we need to carry that out? And then who can help them in the next level above? Like, what sort of leadership might they lead, and build it to be a fit-for-purpose organisation? What we're seeing is, here's one we made earlier, let's tick a box. We've spoken to you, we've consulted, but there's been no meaningful detail for us to be able to talk to our members by saying, is this going to work?
Pick up on one thing.
And
Can I just,
no, you go.
And if I can just attack that from a slightly different point of view, our members are feeling that they're not being listened to at all, and 950 jobs deleted from a department is a massive restructure. I've been working in the public sector for a very long time. I can't remember a time when 950 jobs were done in one restructure, and it's got to happen. They say they were aiming for Christmas, but now they've agreed to push it out till March. At exactly the same time, while our members are all under stress trying to deal with these consultations, which, like, there might be 2 or 3 a day, every day of the week, and our members are starting to suffer all the psychosocial effects of what comes from that type of restructure, that lack of consultation. The department then comes out and puts out, it is a Premier directive, but puts out its workplace presence policy where you've got to be at work 50% of your time, and it's going to start on the 1st of February. Now, we tried to say, we'll just delay it till after the restructure. They refused, so we've lodged a dispute as well on that, and we're in front of the Commission at the moment. The Commissioner found it outrageous that they'd be introducing workplace presence while this is going on, and she's asked them to delay it till after the restructure, and they have until 5 p.m. today to come back and let us know what's happening with that.
Can I just, through my colleague, just
Sorry,
quickly... No, I understand. Just I want to pick up on that point about your members and their feeling about the organisation. Can I just ask you if your members think that Transport for New South Wales is a well-managed organisation, if they were to look at it, and if they feel that it's improved or gone backwards over this time with these changes?
I would have to refer back to the survey that we conducted recently, and the survey results told us that 90, I'm sorry, I can't find it, but it's something 92%. Like 90%. Thank you, Ms. Overall. 92% feel that it is not, and it is not going to be a fit-for-purpose organisation, and they are deeply concerned about the future of transport.
Yeah. Given that, what do you think the public would say if they knew this sentiment, if they knew how Transport for New South Wales really worked?
I would think that they'd be quite concerned. I know for a fact, just speaking to other lay people that, perhaps never spoken to an engineer in transport before, but when you have a conversation about what's sort of going on, it's deeply concerning. And I guess referring back to sort of the importance of engineers in an organisation like transport, the analogy might look like, and someone said it in one of their survey responses, you wouldn't get an unlicensed plumber to do your plumbing, or you wouldn't get an unlicensed electrician to wire your house. Why on earth would you get a non-engineer or a non-technical person making decisions on critical infrastructure like bridges and roads and rail? So I think if it was explained to the public in those terms, there would probably be some significant concern.
And can I just add to that, in your submission you've stated that what's been occurring under this apparent restructure is creating layers of bureaucracy that slow decisions, reduce accountability and compromise safety. So they're the matters that impact the public most directly, in terms of if they don't or don't know the work that's being done by the professional people in this organisation. That is of serious concern in the long run.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just ask you on that, given that sentiment, do you feel that the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales is up to the job?
No. I need to vocalise
Sorry,
that
no.
answer.
We don't feel the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales is up for the job. The fact that he's not a qualified technical professional says it all. And I just want to add, and this is, you asked about the decline of transport. Like, Transport for New South Wales was once the best organization in the whole world. Our members are like always talk about the golden years of the RTA, and this is not just a Labour government failure. I will say, I'm honest, this is a years of neglect of the organization. There was a previous reform called Evolving Transport that happened in the previous government, and that's part of the problem too. So we were hoping, as a trade unionist, that this government will fix that. That was the intention apparently, but the problem is when you cannot fix something that is broken if you don't listen to the people that do the job. And this restructure was wrong from the get-go, because they start with the top line. And top line people, executives, they really want to keep their jobs because they get paid very, very well. And Transport for New South Wales has a quota, so 25% of the total of executives of the whole public sector. We're talking about more than 300, like about 1,000 of executives in an organization of 16,000. So it does not make sense to have that many executives. And there was a promise from this government to reduce the number of executives in transport across the sector, and transport will be a number of like 300.
Yeah. Can I ask
And there's only 200 reduced. So
can I just ask, Ms McCarthy, do you have confidence in the Secretary's ability to lead the organisation, given that there's that lack of technical understanding and experience?
My concerns primarily are that in an organisation like Transport, it strikes me that the right arm isn't talking to the left arm, and whether or not that comes down to one individual being able to manage the portfolio, whether it comes down to that or it comes down to everything we've spoken about today, with layer upon layer of contractors, external people, PSCs, etc. I wonder, is the left arm talking to the right arm? Is it a case of that, or is it the case of a single leader? I couldn't say which of those it is. It could be all of the above. But what we really want to see is a proper and meaningful consultation process that involves looking at the work ahead. What's on the books for transport now and into the future? What capabilities do we need? And how do we build an organisation around all of that is fit for purpose?
Yeah, and given that, the process so far, do you have confidence that has been part of the process so far?
I do not.
Or is going to be?
That's right.
I do not.
And therein lies the nub of the problem, in that your members have been ignored. You've been trying to address the concerns, serious concerns that are being raised. You continue to be sidelined and ignored. I can't believe you have GIPA requests denied, and obviously the department, the government has failed to disclose, continues to fail to disclose very important key information to Professionals Australia. So the likelihood of you achieving the reforms that you pointed out that you're seeking, it's not looking good.
That was the question. Is not looking
Not
good.
looking good.
It's not looking good. We
Question
always have hope, but if you're to ask us right here, right now, no, it's not looking good, and our members are desperate to be heard, which is why we're here today, to look for help to make this better.
Clearly.
I'm just curious to unpick the workplace presence aspect of it. I'm just have familiarised myself a bit with the communication between the Assistant Secretary of Unions New South Wales and the Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. It is curious that workplace presence was mentioned as though it is part of the justification. The Premier's, it was specifically mentioned, the Premier's circular, the Premier's determination around getting more workers working in the workplace, not at home. That, I think that's curious in terms of potentially whether there's other motivations here. Would you care to expand on that? Because in the first letter from Josh Murray dated 23rd of July 2025 about workplace presence, it says, Mr. Murray says, we are also rebalancing how we use our workplaces across the Greater Sydney area and bringing our divisions together to connect and co-locate in divisional floors and neighbourhoods, and also say that there will be no proposed relocations for regionally based teams. However, I have heard that some workers in the regions, I think you might have said, Mrs. Oreo, are being displaced. First, the question around, I don't know, whether there's any politics in that workplace presence demand. I'd be interested to know if you're wanting to comment on that. And secondly, what Mr. Murray seems to have assured the unions around regional relocations isn't playing out in practice in terms of those job losses. So we'll start with the first. Sorry, there's two questions there. Any further comments on the workplace presence kind of angle alongside the job losses?
Workplace presence started with, it's really just a Premier's policy to say everyone sort of disappeared a bit and was allowed to work from home during the COVID years, and we've moved on, and we need to now have people starting to come back and working in the workplace. That's the primary push of the Premier's policy directive. Many people during that time moved to different places or given permission to go to different places, so that, for instance, they could move from North Sydney up to Newcastle or somewhere because you could buy a cheaper house, so people got into home ownership more.
They were encouraged
They were
to
encouraged,
do so.
and it was built all around that. Now, they're going through this huge restructure in transport. The primary concern we have is Transport Audit should not be putting workplace presence as a policy into its workforce at the moment. We ought to be able to get through everything else is that's going on. Maybe later on can look at what might need to happen, but also in modern times, working from the office 50% of the time is not really necessary. We've got one member who, because of his son's health, was allowed to move to southern Queensland because there was a specialist up there that could deal with his son's health. Well, he's now being asked, well, you've got to come back down into New South Wales. And yet all of his work he can do quite handily. He does without any problem from his house. When he is needed on the odd occasion, it might be once every couple of months to come down, he's quite prepared to pay for it himself to do it. So that's not really answering your question directly, but it shows the direct sort of stupidity of trying to implement workplace presence when it's not really necessary for the way government departments work.
So is the workplace presence policy potentially influencing the way jobs are now being shaped? Like, is there, which that is, I don't think that was ever the intent potentially of a workplace presence policy.
The intent of
but if
workplace-
it's feeding into the thinking
It is.
of a restructure.
Yes.
No. Workplace presence is only about if your workplace was here, but you're now over here, please come back to here. Not, because we now need this done differently in transport, we're going to do it here rather than there, and therefore you might have to go to there.
Yeah, an example would be a member that I spoke to is based up in northern New South Wales, does have a regional role, not just northern New South Wales, but travels all over the state, being told that his new headquarters or place of work was Sydney, and obviously as part of the that's part of the restructure, that his job now reports into Sydney, and that he would be expected to be in Sydney several days a week, even though he's based in northern New South Wales and undertakes work in the broader sort of western region of New South Wales as well.
Maybe the hospitality industry is having a bit of an influence over transport roles and positions and where they work.
Yeah.
Possibly.
But
I can't make sense
some of the
that.
comments made in order to justify the workplace presence as well was we need the people to support the businesses. But what about the regional businesses?
Of course.
People living in regional New South Wales, working from home or from the Transport for New South Wales office in that region, support the regional business there. And I again, we go to the point of like, why Sydney CBD is more important than the rest of New South Wales? That's not true.
And is it Sydney? One final thing for me. I'll go to Nicole Overall for last question or two. Is it Is it CBD offices that?
There is CBD. There's a few. Macquarie Park. Macquarie Park is like it used to be ghost town. I visit that office regularly to talk to my members, but like essentially you cannot. Now you see people because they have to go now because it's a restriction, so they're scared. But if you go in summer, it's like an oven. It's awful, and they didn't put the aircon on. So I was like there in Feb, and our members were all sweaty. I was like it was very hard to work there. And I asked them, why the aircon is not on? And they said, well, there's not enough people in the office, so they're not going to put the aircon on. Okay. And that building was supposed to be 1 or 2 stories of the building for transport, but before COVID, the lease was extended for like the whole building apparently, but it's literally, it's a massive, it's beautiful. I'm not saying like people really like to work there, but, and even if everyone in transport go back to the offices, there's not going to be enough desk for them.
Yeah.
And in some cases, you book a desk, and then someone else is sitting there, and guess who it is? A professional service contractor, not even a work employee.
Okay, Burning, last question.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just too quickly then. Backing up your survey, 92% of members don't believe that it will be a fit-for-purpose organisation in the long run. 54% have had roles changed, abolished. Have you had a chance to look at the 2025 People Matters survey? Okay. So, and again, we're running out of time, so we just need to...
We have
technically
we have seen a few of the results, and it's not looking good.
No, and so when you put from 2024 that communication and change management, my senior executives provide clear direction for the future of the organisation, has gone from 31% in 2024 to, from 42% in 2024 to 31% in 2025. So that clearly backs up, that's a government survey, backs up the material that you've provided as well.
And if you go and check in details, haven't been able to see, we've been asking for results for months. They've just been handed over to the employees this week. But if you check, you will notice exactly what we're saying about the complicated areas and the conflictive executives, because the results says it all.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. We could keep going on this, but we're out of time. Thank you for the work you're doing representing your members and for your extensive evidence given to this inquiry. The committee secretariat will be in touch with any questions you took on notice or any supplementary questions. And that is a break for us until 11:30.
Thank you so
again.
much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome to our next witnesses. We'll begin, of course, by getting you all sworn in. So if we start with you, Mr Turner, name, position, title, and then either the oath or affirmation, please.
Craig Turner, President of the Rail Tram and Bus Union, New South Wales branch. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Warnes?
My name is Toby Warnes. I'm the Branch Secretary of the RTB of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Perrott?
Daniel Pettich, Research and Policy Official at the Transport Workers Union of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great. Thank you so much. Now for short opening statements for the RTBU. Mr Warnes? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Transport for New South Wales is a bloated, unwieldly, behemoth bureaucracy which increasingly lacks experience and knowledge of its subject matter at decision-making levels. It has over the last decade developed an ideological bent that colours its actions, ensuring that industrial relations are dealt with through hostility rather than collaboration, and service delivery is an afterthought. More than once during the last rail dispute, we saw a failure to prioritise service delivery in order to vilify a unionised workforce at the expense of commuters. The information often provided to ministers is often incomplete, ill-informed, or at times deliberately misleading. This can be seen stretching back into the previous government where Minister Elliott was kept in the dark about a complete shutdown of the rail network, which turned out to be a sneaky industrial tactic revealed through Section 52, Standing Order 52 inquiry under the last government. There's numerous other examples of ministers not getting the full picture, failed applications before the Fair Work Commission, a special call out to a Section 418 application to stop a so-called sick-out where no evidence existed of that being organised because it was never organised. There's been 5 failed Section 424 applications, all of which would have been directed by ministers with the wrong advice. We've also seen extensions of failed bus contracts without public oversight done under a veil of secrecy, and I pay particular reference to Region 6 in Sydney's Inner West. And finally, the most recent failure being the slashing of 950 jobs, all of this without giving any consideration to the harm it would cause to people, particularly to women and to people in regional areas, with one particular piece of advice that if people were suffering or had suicidal tendencies, that they should call 000. The instruction given to Transport to reduce its executive positions has not been met, yet Transport moved on to award-covered operational employees as their next target. To give the committee an idea of the continuing opportunity to reduce senior exec headcount, in September of this year, there was 36 senior service executives in Transport who had no direct reports at all, and 169 senior service executives who reported to other senior service executives. But going back to my earlier point, the type of information being given to Minister's office is almost certainly being cleansed before it reaches the desk, or it never reaches the desk at all. Ideologically driven department decision making is leading to poor results across Transport and has no prospect of being fixed until such a time that bureaucrats in the Transport Department are held to account. And I think my branch president has.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Turner.
So I'll just lead in the new inner city fleet. I just want to tell everyone about the waste of money, of taxpayers' money. The new inner city fleet was procured from South Korea. It was done, the design was done for the first time in rail history by the Rail Tram and Bus Union. It was an off-the-shelf train. Transport for New South Wales went to the degree of to try and stop me going over to South Korea with Keith McMahon, our safety expert. We had to go to the Fair Work Commission. They tried to keep us out of everything. That train ended up 5 years behind schedule. They had people who knew nothing about trains. They had contracts of no one knew anything about it. It prolonged it. The original cost was 2.8 billion. The final cost put out is 4 billion. Our information is it's probably between 5 and 6 billion dollars. They tried to keep us out. And then when you go to the new regional fleet, which has been procured overseas from Spain, and it's sad for me to say that they've bought this train without sleeper cars for the country link services. We're not sure whether the government was informed at the time when they did the procurement. And also, can you believe they never had a ladder for that train, so crew couldn't get up from the ballast to get into the train. They would have had to pull themselves up into the train. It sounds bizarre, but it's true. No backlighting in the crew cab. So the costs of that will immensely blow out because if sleeper cars need to be put onto that train, they have to wait till the contract's finished, of course, and for that to be done in Australia, it's a sad state of affairs for all taxpayers in New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr. Peach, do you have an opening statement as well?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin by thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak here today. This inquiry is a valuable opportunity to reflect and provide recommendations on the restructure of Transport for New South Wales, and this restructure can only foster an increased reliance on external contractors and private consultants in the long term, while internal technical expertise collapses. Outsourcing historically internal responsibilities will reduce Transport for New South Wales' key oversight capabilities, which will increase costs, decrease safety in the industries and sectors underneath the agency, and is ultimately contrary to stated policy objectives and the greater public interest. Additionally, the implications of the restructure on the bus industry's workforce should have been clearly communicated and addressed between Transport for New South Wales, unions, peak industry bodies, and other relevant stakeholders prior to commencement. The TW therefore encourages Transport for New South Wales to engage in consultation relevant to the bus industry and how the restructure itself may impact the workforce moving forward between all relevant parties. Transport workers are also a key component of the 24-hour economy, particularly the continuously growing gig economy of rideshare and food delivery, and the TW anticipates further consultation and involvement between itself and the New South Wales Government as initiatives develop. I look forward to any questions the committee may have and will aim to answer to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for appearing. I wanted to firstly ask about we've heard today about quite a bit about the dropping the overall level of expertise within the workforce, moving to contractors, technical expertise being dropped out of position descriptions. Why do you think, firstly, it's quite, I'm just interested in some of the rationale, what you think the rationale is for this move to contractors from a Labor government that has publicly stated that that's not what they want to do. Is it because you think that the private companies, the contractors are starting to make the decisions? Have they started, almost to take control of the workforce? Is that some of it? Because it does appear, it's surprising in some ways because it appears to be running counter to what the instructions that have been issued by the government around contractors, are directing. So is there any comment there about why this is happening? And it sounds like it's more expensive ultimately for the government in terms of cost to taxpayers. More money going to the private sector, of course. Mr. Warnes, Mr. Turner, firstly.
I'll make comment for sure. I mean, the problem is they run business cases. I don't know how they work this out. They sign contracts, as in the new intercity fleet and the new regional fleet. They're watertight contracts. So the problem is the changes that need to be made. I don't know how they do it. I don't know whether they read the contract properly. During our talks with government and previous governments as well, I don't think Transport understands the contracts they signed. They can't get out of them. They're long-term contracts as well. These are not contracts over 6 months. These go for years on end. So we can't understand either, even this government, what's happening with the contractors. Our view from the R2BU was to try and, when contracts were up, to move those out and have it all in our house. And part of that through Transport for New South Wales, they bought everything in, all the rail stuff under them more than 10 years ago, even payroll, and payroll was just had enough. They brought payroll in, they got rid of anyone with knowledge, and that's what Transport for New South Wales do in the rail industry. Anyone with knowledge, they put them out to pasture, and they have people that come in from outside and other areas who have got no idea what's going on.
So, Mr. Turner, you said that people who knew nothing about trains, that you used that expression. Can I ask how you know that, like, in terms of the people who are involved in the, you're saying in terms of the purchasing, I assume the contract, assessing the trains, knew nothing about trains. Could you expand on how you know that that's the case?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I've been on this since 2014, when the government and Transport first came to our office. So I've been on it from the start. So what they did, and as I said in my opening statement, it was the first time in rail history that the R2BU never had any input into the design of the train. Therefore, that train was organised by people who are not in the rail industry in New South Wales or Australia. In the original meetings, when these people came out from South Korea, etc., the contractors that they engaged Transport for New South Wales, we quizzed them a number of times in meetings about New South Wales infrastructure, how the train would work, and we just didn't get a comment. So they had people from outside that had no knowledge of the rail industry in New South Wales. And they put people who had years and decades of experience and left them, what we say, off the shelf, and put them in the background with no input.
Interesting. Mr. Beach, do you have any comments on the question I asked before around why you think this is happening in terms of the move to what seems to be also more kind of PSCs, the professional services contractors and other things from a government that has publicly stated that they're actually, the intention is the opposite of that?
Yeah. To be honest, transparency seems to be a little bit unclear. So we don't truly know the root of how Transport has reached its decisions in many different facets, but regarding the restructure, we simply have no clue. In the public, it is said for cost savings and other measures, but parts of the restructure, critical or otherwise, may have been informed by external consultancy, and we don't know. We know what the trickle-down effects of that is, but at the end of the day, we don't want to see something akin to a shadow leadership in Transport for New South Wales, where it's the big four consultancy firms making such critical decisions. That would be a perversion of accountability in the public service. It would be anathema to the public interest. So quite frankly, no, we don't know how they've reached their decisions, where the true genesis lies, but the implication is that certain critical decisions have found their genesis from external consultancy.
Do you, for both organisations, have an idea yet of how many of your members and what the services are in terms of losses for jobs? We heard from Professionals Australia, it seems that obviously a lot of the job losses have been targeted in terms of that cohort. But in terms of the RTBU membership, is it what's happening there? And then we'll go to TWU.
Yeah, look, we're not as affected as some of the other unions. We are, at the moment, it seems that within our ranks, it's focused on a cohort that we refer to as ex-Rail Corp. Under the last government, they moved a whole bunch of specialist services from Sydney Trains over to Transport for New South Wales. They seem to be being disproportionately targeted in the reform, which may or may not be because of the particular industrial arrangements they have, the particular entitlements they have. But yeah, it certainly seems to be targeted in a particular fashion that doesn't seem to align with this idea of put your hand up and we'll see if your job's required or not.
Yeah, right.
our membership hasn't seen a direct impact from job cuts because nobody's looking at them and saying you're losing your job. But it's more so a compounding effect from years of negative decisions coming from what we just spoke about with your previous question. Take, for example, the bus driver shortage we've had in recent years. That stemmed from bad decisions in leadership, coming from whether those decisions are being influenced by poor management internally or external consultancy. There's a trickle-down effect, and that's where we're seeing most of the impact. It's not necessarily direct calls from transport culling jobs in the bus sector. It's more so the trickle-down effect from other decisions. Even financial decisions. Take the disproportionately allocated budget spend the buses have been afforded in recent years. I think it was between 2022 or 2023 where they were only afforded less than 4% of the state transport budget. And then the government's sitting and they're asking why are our services degrading. That's a reason, but it's a trickle-down effect.
Yeah, okay. Opposition?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you all for coming along today and for your input. I just want to ask a couple of questions of your members, and I'll just start at a high level and then drill down. Do I take it from what you've put today, I might put it more broadly, do your members think that Transport for New South Wales is a well-managed organisation?
No.
Can you elaborate on why?
I was going to refer to it in the answer to the last question, but there has been a degradation over the past 15 or so years of essentially what Craig was referring to, a cleaning out of knowledge and expertise within the old Railcorp Sydney Trains and within transport as well. I think it's justified as a professionalisation of those services, but what it's done is it's resulted in a complete lack of knowledge of the subject matter in which they're meant to apply themselves to. So our members see, and I think the best example is of the payroll function that was outsourced from Sydney Trains to Transport for New South Wales, where we've got in a workforce of 13,000 in Sydney Trains, you've got 1,000 people who aren't getting paid right, week on, week out, week in, week out. And so that's a practical example of how our members lose faith in the functions of transport. But you've also got the procurement decisions made around the new intercity fleet and the new regional fleet. You've got the way that buses are managed in the regions that we cover. There just doesn't seem to be a part of transport that is functioning the way that it should and delivering what it should be delivering to the people of New South Wales.
Just in the context of this, and I'll come to you also just in a moment, just in the context of the current restructures and the current working, say in the most recent years, would you say that has that management has improved or has it gone backwards?
We absolutely think it's gone backwards. It's, as I said, the degradation of expertise within that department isn't slowing down, it's accelerating. It's being fostered by, I think we said in our submissions, a don't ask, don't tell culture that has unfortunately gotten worse in terms of when the restructures occurred. Certain individuals at the top of transport have been given greater power, not less power, rewarded for what we say is a poor job done over the past at least 6 years. So we think that the decline is continuing at a more rapid rate, not a slower rate.
Did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, so our membership doesn't have the best view of Transport for New South Wales when it comes to buses, at least. And I think the reason for that is mainly on-the-job factors they're experiencing. The lack of facilities and amenities they've been subject to for years and years, in their minds, tell them that they're an afterthought. It's very common for a bus driver to not have access to the facilities we would take for granted. I can go to the bathroom basically whenever I want, but they can't. And if they're given a 5-minute break to go to your bathroom, it's going to take them 4 minutes to get it on foot, then they have to do their business and take 4 minutes to get back. So the math isn't adding up. So we've had members having to take bottles on the job and buckets. I don't even want to get, you can use your imagination for what some of our female bus drivers have to deal with. But even if you have access to a bathroom, that's one thing, then another is not having access. So a lack of facilities and amenities, other key decisions, bad timetabling, routes, all of this stems down from the top. And that's where our drivers are feeling it. They're feeling it on the ground, and that's where their negative impression of transport comes from.
Can I ask if you have confidence in the Transport Secretary to understand these issues and to manage this restructure and those issues?
No, is the short answer. In our experience, the current Transport Secretary heavily relies upon the levels of leadership below him, which I referred to earlier, and the advice that he's getting is of the same flavour as what I spoke about in relation to the advice that the bureaucrats are giving the ministers. And I don't think that's a feature that's unique to this current government. I think the last government suffered from it too, being given a picture that is not the full picture. It's tainted by, as I said earlier, a particular ideology that's been allowed to foster within transport. So I think we have a problem in the bureaucracy. I think it would take a strong Transport Secretary to really crack down and properly reform the organisation to ensure that it is able to fulfil its function under the Transport Administration Act, and give proper advice, real advice to ministers about what's actually happening on the ground rather than a half picture coloured by that particular ideological bent that I spoke about earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
So, all the restructures I've seen within our industry, I haven't seen one that's worked in the last 15 years. A certain one is that they have Transport for New South Wales run the railways. It's not Sydney Trains, etc. They can't do anything without asking advice from Transport for New South Wales. Yeah. I'll give you one thing that happened probably about 8 years ago. There was they do the big four come in, they do a business case through transport, and then they say, we'll do a restructure. And this restructure, which happened down the south coast, we had one of our members 45 years on the job, a station manager. He knew everyone that travelled on the trains. He had to reapply for his job because they decided to call it a different name. He had to reapply. He never got the job because they told him he never had enough experience. 45 years in that role.
Not enough.
I know it's disgusting. And the person, and it's nothing against the person that got the job, the person came from Telstra. And they had to run something of a rail industry down the south coast. So that's why no one's got confidence in Transport for New South Wales. They are a regime of their own. You can't get anything out of them. They seem to not talk to anyone if you question them, and if any of our members question anyone in Transport for New South Wales, they are told to button up, otherwise you won't be here, and that's what happens.
Amen. Can I ask, just pick up on the rail issue there, what are your thoughts about the outcomes from the government's 2 rail reviews?
Well, at the moment we're still going through the rail review. I think the people that did the rail review have done a fantastic job, and now it's up to, but I still worry if Transport for New South Wales have got their fingers over it or their paws over it, things will go slow. We're working closely even with Minister Graham on it, so hopefully we can get a good outcome, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Has anything improved since then?
Look, there's things, it really hasn't started yet. They're starting to implement things. You'd probably have to look 6 months down the track, halfway through the year, to see if there is improvements. In the infrastructure part, I know there's lots of different improvements going on already, and the people of this state should see a marked improvement. We're saying within 6 months, halfway through the year.
Just on that, and I want to back that in wherever possible, you know, I'm passionate about rail reliability, as I know you are. Can I just ask then, what are the challenges to improve that, the operations of the rail network, to improve that on-time running?
Look, the problem, I've got to hark back to Transport for New South Wales. They did the timetable. So originally it was done in-house with Railcorp, etc. Transport for New South Wales took over the timetabling. So they put out a timetable which Sydney Trains have to follow, and for years they made it impossible to do. Hopefully with a bit of in-house input into those timetables, you just can't have a train every 30 seconds on our network. Our trains, some people say they're not reliable. Most of them are. The difference between our network, the heavy rail, and the metro haven't got a timetable. They haven't got a timetable. Our network has. So if people miss a train by 1 minute, or a train's 1 minute late, there's a blow up. It's not true. I think they get a reasonable service. Everything can be improved, and hopefully with the rail review that will happen.
And what you talked about having input. What input are you having, and what's the process for you having that input?
We have our executives and our delegates have input into any changes. So we have committees which meet for different parts of the rail industry with the rail review. So we have lots of our members involved in that, and they're people that have knowledge of the rail. So surely that's a good start.
And the Transport Secretary is listening to that?
I don't know if the Transport Secretary is listening to that, but we're just dealing with what we have to deal with. I don't know how much overview he's got, because as Mr Warren said, he gets the wrong information. Those people in Transport for New South Wales have been through several governments, so maybe that's the idea. Maybe a change could be a good idea.
Does he meet with you?
The Transport Secretary?
Yeah.
On the odd occasion.
How often is odd occasion?
Not often enough.
Mr Wands?
We see the Transport Minister far more than we see the Transport Secretary.
Thank you. And did you want to add anything to that?
I don't know how far up the chain a lot of our consultations and the work we do goes, so we're not sure if it's really reaching the Secretary, but we have seen some positives in recent times in the bus sectors, such as the bus industry task force that was facilitated by Transport, of course, and other initiatives, but the wheels
on that task force, what outcomes have you seen implemented from that?
Well, I think it's a bit of a slow burn. I think the wheels of bureaucracy turn slow. And we're not necessarily seeing a lot of tangible impacts yet. We are seeing some commitments from the government, which is good. For example, there are being some investments into the facilities and amenities that bus drivers have, particularly out of Parramatta, which has been a long-standing issue that the TWU have been campaigning for. So we're very glad to see that. But it's a slow process. And
my last question is just back to rail reliability. If you had that say, what are the top three things that you would do to improve rail reliability?
Well, the infrastructure, as I mentioned, is priority number one. And the reason why so many things happened on the rail network in the last 18 months was caused by neglect on the infrastructure. The reason being, going back to Transport for New South Wales again, with the infrastructure, they had, I think, don't quote me on it, maybe 80 depots, I think, for the infrastructure originally. And then what happened, Transport for New South Wales, under a different government, they made them major centres. There was 12. So what happened was they got rid of 350 infrastructure workers at the time. They never replaced them. So they got that far behind with their maintenance that the only maintenance done on our network was emergency. So everything got put back. So in the rail review, that is number one, and they are going to improve that. They've bought new machines, etc. They never spent any money on anything. Their machines were third world, so they're investing, and that money will be well spent.
And those 350 workers given they're getting rid of 950 workers or jobs, is it likely that those 350 workers in maintenance would be replaced?
No, the 350 happened, I think it was 2011, that reform.
That was way before.
But that's where it started, and it snowballed from there. And we're at the point now where there's no preventative maintenance, there's no forward-thinking maintenance. It's just maintenance that occurs in response to incidents like we saw at Homebush, for example.
Yep. And any other top three things you would do?
We've thrown around the idea of getting rid of the timetable altogether. It does strike us that we hear about metro reliability being at 97%. I don't know where the 3% goes when it's not running to a timetable, but there is the ability of heavy rail to bona fide compete with metro. There is the ability for turn up and go services. It's something that clearly the public wants. It will take some investment, obviously, but when there's billions being splashed around building new train lines, you'd think you could throw $1 or $2 towards the network that carries 1 million passengers every single day. So there is the ability to give the people of New South Wales what they love so much with Metro on the heavy rail network as well. It would just take some political will and probably getting the bureaucracy out of the way, because as my colleague said, the wheels of bureaucracy invariably turn very, very slowly.
Thank you.
It has been publicly noted that Labor did commit to reducing public sector roles, but as pointed out by Professionals Australia just previously, it is serious disrespect to your members in order to be ignored and overlooked in the serious concerns that you're raising in this way, is the first point of the question. And the second, it's sounding like it's as much as a mystery to you as it is to us as committee members. But why would they keep you out? Why would they fail to engage with you when it comes to these matters for your expertise and experience that you would think could only assist?
Look, I mean, I think this goes back to the ideological bent that I spoke about earlier. There seems to be a feeling within transport that we're a meddlesome third party, which invariably we can be meddlesome, but this is a process.
Job, isn't it?
This is a process where this is going to have really significant impacts on a lot of people. As far as we were aware, the mandate on Transport for New South Wales was to reduce their senior executive roles by a certain number, which makes a lot of sense because Transport for New South Wales is very, very
As
top
you said,
heavy.
bloated.
Continues to be bloated. As I said in my opening, there's about 36 roles that don't report to anybody. But it is a really high level of disrespect, especially when coupled with the workplace presence policy that they're rolling out under the mandate by the Premier for everyone to come back to the office. Combining those two pieces has a really massively disproportionate impact, particularly on women who are asked to return back to the office not knowing if they have a job at all. We filed a WHS dispute in the Industrial Relations Commission about this, asking for the risk assessments that were conducted to ensure that Transport had thought about the impact that this may have on people and put particular controls in place to stop it happening. To this date, we haven't got a risk assessment. We've been told that even though the Commission made a recommendation around how Transport could move forward with it, that Transport's going to ignore that recommendation and continue down the track they're going. So in response, I think there is a really high level of disrespect to our members, but to everyone involved in this process, because in any major change process, you have to be transparent, you have to tell people what you think the impacts on them will be and what the particular outcomes will be, give people certainty, particularly at this time of year, and that certainly hasn't happened.
And
Do you have
just on that,
anything, Mr. Turner?
Yeah, just on that, there's a fair clump of those members who are in the firing line of the 950, and as Toby said, a lot of women. They have got caring responsibilities now. They've been doing that job from home, etc. A lot of these people in regional areas, so they don't know where they stand. And the latest report we had yesterday about the senior executives, there was 300 supposed to go before August. Our information yesterday was around 270 now have gone. And then also they send out something to our members who are just in a really bad place and send out, well, we invite you for the Christmas party, okay? Let's come along and let's talk how we work so good together. And these people mightn't have a job within a few months, and they have families. And regional areas are a major problem for us because of the lack of opportunity for those people after they get the flick to get a job at all.
Absolutely. Mr. Perrott, do you have anything to add to that?
I think the RTB have summarised it well from the perspective of the meddling unions, but I also think this is a direct result of the degrading end-to-end accountability we find in transport, because we're starting to lose the expertise and the decision makers and the people who really have the industry acumen, who know we should be reaching out for certain things and how to do it. We have, at the TWU, been invited to many different consultations with transport, whether it's to do with the restructure or not. So our experience would say consultation and being informed isn't necessarily strained because we're not being approached. It's strained because we're not being approached for the right reasons. 99% of what we're invited to is completely irrelevant to what we do, our interests, and the transport worker. I think it is due to a degrading end-to-end accountability in the agency.
Just one more, Chair, then mindful of the time. Well, coming to that and the lack of genuine consultation and communication, I will say that your submission doesn't pull any punches, that's for sure. One of the things that you state there is that Transport for New South Wales operates as an instrument for delivering Treasury's cost reduction program rather than as a policy-driven transport authority. So it's your assertion that Transport for New South Wales and Treasury made the decision to cut jobs, then took that comparable amount out of the budget before making any sort of announcement to the staff themselves. Is my understanding correct on that's what you've outlined?
Absolutely, that's our understanding. It's another sort of piece of opaqueness in the whole process is that apparently there was a KPMG report prepared which produced an exact number of how much savings Transport could stand to make. That's been floated around time and time again, and we still haven't seen that number. So that's something that we understand, was pulled out of Transport's budget, and then a dictate was given to Transport to say reduce your headcount to this amount. And that happens quite a bit, happened during our bargaining for the rail agreement too, in that decisions are made and the agencies are told to go find the money.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The KPMG report that you've just referred to, have you tried to request that? Is that public? Have your members seen it?
No, we've requested it many occasions and we still haven't seen it. We tried to get it through the IRC process, but we still haven't been able to get a copy of it. I'm not sure what's so secretive about it. It would seem relevant to our members' interests in the restructure, considering that their jobs are the ones on the chopping block. But no, we still haven't seen a copy of it.
Yeah. You also talked about the numbers of senior service, is that a SSE, senior service executives? Have I got the right?
TSSE, Transport Senior Service Executive.
TSSE. 36 with no direct report, 169, I think you said, reported to others. That makes up, so in terms of questioning to the Secretary at the last budget estimates, where does that fit with the, I think it's 1,100 senior executives within Transport itself? Are these other, there's Transport senior service executives, just so we can understand, but apparently there's 1,100 senior executives.
Yeah,
within,
they're
is that a
within
different
that group.
Right, sorry?
They're within that group.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if you could help me, because we've got them next. So the senior executives versus the Transport senior service executives within Transport for New South Wales, what's the difference between those?
No, they're the same.
Right.
Yeah, so it's just that there's a T before it. That's all set out in the
Haven't
Transport
used that
Administration.
organisation.
That sure doesn't help.
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't help me, I'm afraid. I'm just trying to work out, because I've got this 1,100 number.
Yeah.
And it's in,
It's a good
these
question.
are within Transport for New South Wales, so
Yeah.
why aren't they all just called Transport Senior Service Executives?
I think they are.
Oh, okay, so your figures that you gave me with the 36 SSE and 169 SSE, where do they kind of fit? Because there's another, just under 900 and something, over 900 and something. You've got 169 reporting to other SSEs, 36 SSEs with no direct report.
Yes.
And sorry to be, so the others of the 1,100, is there any comment about those in terms of reporting and what they do? I mean, are they all, because they'd all have to be reporting as well, wouldn't they? If there's only 36 with no direct report?
Yeah. So the
Because back to the bloated
the
bureaucracy
nine-
question, I think.
the 900 have direct reports and function at least in a way in which a senior service executive should.
Are they all band two within the, and they're all award like band two, or is a bunch of them PSCs, professional services contractors? Can they be employed in an SSE role?
No, I think they're all
Okay.
direct employed
Yeah.
by Transport.
Yeah.
Or by the Transport Secretary.
Mm-hmm.
There is that layer below the TSSEs, which is the TSSMs,
Yeah.
which were the initial targets of the
Yes.
950 jobs until we got into the award places.
Yeah.
But the TSSEs, they're all people of extraordinarily high salaries, depending on which band you're in. But the 36 and the 169 are sort of the anomaly that was presented to us in September as if you don't have any direct reports or anything like that, then why are these jobs there? Because, I mean, common sense dictates that a senior service executive would have a team or a function reporting to them. But the way that Transport expanded during and post-COVID has meant that you have all these TSSEs who are earning $300,000 plus
Yeah.
who don't have any direct reports. They're just a single employee within their own space. It shocked us as well.
Yeah, and any idea, because you haven't seen the KPMG report, but why, and I assume you've asked the Minister this, why that the TSSMs were specifically targeted, and why would the senior executive roles be essentially excluded from this cost-cutting mission, if you like, in terms of, do you have any, did you get any answers to, I assumed you asked those questions.
Yeah, we did. Not particularly from the Minister. We did speak to the Transport Secretary about it. And this is a generalised view. What's it called? Anyway, the idea was that they cut all the senior service executives that they could possibly cut in order to satisfy the dictate that was given to them about job reductions, and so they had to move on to the TSSMs. It was the same theme that came out of the TSSMs. They couldn't find enough of them to cut, and so they started cutting award positions, which are your IT workers, your payroll workers, things like that. The proper operational face of Transport.
Probably the last question from me. Do you have any views about the contractors? So I have had some people contact me about potential links between contracting companies, maybe former MPs of a few things like that, and these contracting companies that a lot of the labour hire is coming from. Is there anything to look at there? No doubt a lot of companies and a lot of people who are running these companies and senior executives within those companies are making a lot of money out of all of this.
Absolutely. Look, we've got one example. There was the head of engineering and maintenance branch at Sydney Trains who departed Sydney Trains after the Homebush incident. He very quickly found a space in one of the companies that contract directly to Sydney Trains. So it certainly happens, and it happens quite a bit. I mean, the rail industry can be quite insular. It is a specialised set of skills. But this is, you depart Sydney Trains one day and start with a company that has a contract with Sydney Trains to perform similar work to what you directed at Sydney Trains. It does happen. Whether that's a reason for why contractors are used, I can't comment on, but there's certainly links between the government entities and the contracting entities that should be looked at.
I suppose the other question is whether there's people within, maybe they can't do this actually, people who are within a PSC, who are PSCs, professional services contractors. Do you know whether they are able to make decisions about appointing or hiring, or are they not able to? Do you know, have that level of information?
I don't know. I don't have that information.
Yeah, it is just, it's unusual, the level that we're hearing of from Professionals Australia in terms of the number of contractors that are being and replacing members with technical expertise, like your evidence today.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be extraordinarily concerning if that were the case.
Yeah. Any other questions? We're almost out of time.
I could just ask
Great.
one quick one,
Yeah.
Chair. So you're not saying that reform isn't needed, but what has been presented, the manner in which it's been presented, and the ability of the Secretary of the Department to undertake it is not within the realm of achievable expectation.
Yeah, absolutely. Reform's desperately needed in transport. They're just looking in the wrong places. I wouldn't say that the 950 job cuts is reform. The 950 job cuts are just trying to save money off the transport budget. As I said I think it was in response to one of the first questions, it's more a scatterfire approach about who gets the knife at transport. There's no, we want to touch this area, we want to trim this area. There was a blanket email sent out to all staff saying, who wants redundancy? X amount of people put their hands up and they pick them at random. If it's not random, if there is some matrix upon which they're making the decision, we haven't been provided. And just anecdotally looking at it, they're sort of from everywhere. So I don't think this is a reform, this is just a cost-cutting exercise. The real reform needs to come in the culture of transport and the way that they make their decisions and the way that they influence the agencies that actually deliver the services to the people in New South Wales.
And just on that, out of the 950, they're on the lower scale. So they're the bottom scale. They're on the bottom, the lowest earners in that organisation. They're the ones that are getting slashed. Yet the higher levels stay, or there's more in the end. That's the problem we look at. It's the lower people that are going, yet they still top up the top end.
Yeah.
Just one very quick
sure.
one to pick up on an earlier point you mentioned about a long-standing employee that had to reapply. Can I just ask, in the current context, whether the restructure is causing psychosocial hazards for its members that you're aware of?
Very much so. Very much so. I speak to so many people. People have been on the job 40, 50 years. They want to stay. That's been their whole life since they were 16. They know nothing else. Yet they apply for a job and no hope. And yet they see someone come over the top from outside the industry. This is rife. It is rife. And the 950 in Transport for New South Wales, when they are told if they're thinking and have got suicidal tendencies or whatever, they want to do self-harm, and all they tell them is, you ring OOO. So that's where we are with Transport for New South Wales. There is no compassion at all. It is just a regime.
Okay, well, thank you very much for appearing today. Unfortunately, we're out of time. The Secretary will be in touch if you've taken any questions on notice or with any supplementary questions members may have. Thanks again for your work. The committee now breaks for lunch and we will be back at 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a mix.
Okay. Welcome back to our the hearing and to our next session. We will begin straight away by swearing in our witnesses. So if we could start with you, Mr. Christodoulou. Name, position, title, please, and either the oath or affirmation.
Thank you. Christian Christodoulou, Chief Engineer at Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Josh Murray, Secretary of Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Taylor.
Tracy Taylor, Deputy Secretary of People, Communications and Workplaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now I am about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, is there an opening statement?
Yes, if
Great.
the
Thanks,
committee
Mr.
would
Murray.
permit.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Transport for New South Wales is undergoing a necessary transformation. However, our work to move people safely around New South Wales every day remains unchanged and at the core of all of our purpose. At the heart of this inquiry, there have been questions on our move to a statewide model, which is to get back to basics, to deliver our core public services and safer, more reliable, better connected networks for passengers and communities. And we do accept, and I personally accept as Secretary, that this is very disruptive for our people, and many people have been concerned by large-scale change. I am listening to and aware of these experiences. But I'm also aware that there's been several either shortcut or abandoned prior attempts to reform the organisation, and many of our people have felt that this is a never-ending cycle. I note the Secretary of the RTBU's closing comment this morning was that reform is long overdue. We are determined to put an end to that uncertainty and give our staff a clear path to succeed. Transport for New South Wales was created in 2011. The rail agencies were included with the dissolution of RailCorp in 2013, then State Transit, RMS, incorporated in 2019. Then COVID struck and multiple planned changes to make those structures efficient were not completed. Decisions we have made and are currently delivering are underpinned by what transport needs to deliver across the entirety of the state, whether that be improved services or upgrading infrastructure. That has also had to mature with the changed environment around us, very different to what occurred when those organisational changes were made as early as 2011. The move to a statewide operating model has been a critical step in aligning transport's direction with community expectations. But our structure is just one part of the task. We're also refining systems, policies and processes, and of course, culture. These are interconnected elements of how we work and are critical to our success. We are focusing on improving the delivery of frontline service and infrastructure while reducing senior executive ranks, growing new capabilities, and reducing the reliance on labour hire and contractors. One of the first actions of the reform was to move from 10 divisions to 7 to reduce duplication and make leadership accountabilities clearer. This change will also fix structural concerns that were not addressed over the last decade, including the unchecked growth at Transport with 3,000 additional positions added to the organisation during and just after the pandemic. The changes reflect the recommendations that have also stemmed from independent reviews carried out by the government, including the creation of the Coordinator General position to oversee the operations of public transport and the road networks across the state, and the Chief Executives of Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trainlink reporting to me. The statewide model has seen an increased investment in frontline services, additional engineering capability, and an increased focus on asset management. The creation of the Transport Asset Manager has replaced the Transport Asset Holding Entity for better community outcomes, and the establishment of New South Wales Motorways is working on improved tolling deals for motorists, both key government commitments and have been executed. Transport must deliver its frontline services, but also continue to make sure that we are doing our part alongside all other government agencies to meet the economic priorities of the time. Over the past few years, we've taken deliberate steps to achieve savings while minimising the impacts on our workforce wherever possible, including reducing the number of labour hires in the organisation by around 60% since 2023, equating to an annual saving of $81.9 million. Reducing the spend on consultants in 24-25 financial year by 51% compared with the previous year, and reducing PSCs by 25% and looking at ways to continue driving that target lower and replacing with in-house skills. Transport is progressing towards achieving $53.6 million in savings through better management of overtime, annual leave, ageing vacancies and other administrative tasks, and we have removed more than 2,000 unfunded vacant positions. $414.5 million was forecast in workforce-related savings for the current financial year, and finalising this statewide model through the design of our branches is the contribution to that saving we need to get to and back to a model that is sustainable in the long term. As I said earlier, we acknowledge this has been a significant change for individuals, and we are supporting staff through this process. Transport has instigated regular communications with our people, including additional resources for people leaders so they can better support teams, additional support for Aboriginal employees and employees with a disability, implementing enhanced support through the Employee Assistance Program and updating those services, and setting up a dedicated wellbeing and organisational support team. We are now at a critical point in that process with a significant number of branches, detailed designs moving through their final stages for implementation. We will continue to support and consult with our staff, especially those who have been displaced and are working through mobility processes. And we will continue to consult with the unions, noting that you've had 3 here this morning of the 15 transport unions that we also are consulting with, as we work towards getting the best possible result that serves the needs of New South Wales. More than 150 consultation sessions have been held with unions already, and these will continue. And the last thing I'd like to say, Chair, is that while there are a lot of views about restructuring in transport due to the diversity of the tasks that we undertake, not one person in the last 2.5 years has said to me that reform isn't required. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Murray. We'll go to questions now from the opposition. Mrs Natalie Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Murray, and each of you for joining us today. Mr Murray, can you elaborate on what skills have been eroded as part of this process?
Thank you, Mrs Ward, and I note the submissions to the inquiry and the evidence already today. We've been very careful that while we needed to look at restructuring and modernising Transport for New South Wales, and so many of the tasks that we do, which are different to when the organisation was first pulled together, that we wanted to retain skills across the organisation. That has been a significant part of this operating model process, and that is why we have consulted widely with our staff and with unions on the way through. We also spent close to 9 weeks, I believe, in the IRC working through additional measures with the unions that would take on some of their concerns. And as we've got to individual branch consultation and design, we've taken on board suggestions that have come from the unions about technical capability. Now, all that sits in our technical framework, which assures us to make sure we've got the right skills going forward.
Thank you. So do you accept or not that skills have eroded as a result of this restructure?
No, I don't accept that skills have eroded.
At all?
The challenge for us is to make sure we're set up right for the future. We have had people leave the organisation. We have a commitment to reduce the number of senior leaders, senior executives across the organisation, and we have made major gains in reaching or almost reaching rather, that government commitment. That extends to 300 executive positions across New South Wales, which there is a commitment to remove before the middle of next year. Now, we continue to do that. That obviously requires us to reshape our teams, to change the way we deliver, but we do that within a technical assurance framework and feedback that makes sure we have the right skills at the right time.
We've heard evidence, we've heard evidence this morning that a number of concerns from engineers and from the Professionals Association about the skills that will be lost and the capability lost. They were quite clear about the concerns that they have raised. Firstly, that they raise those concerns and they're either not listened to, heard, or importantly not acted upon. And secondly, that they are being replaced with long-term staff with extensive experience with outside contractors at a much higher cost. What do you say to that?
If I could take the two elements perhaps separately, the first I would say is that the number of engineers within Transport for New South Wales has increased over the past 12 months by about 13%. That's a direct result of the work we're doing to invest in frontline services. The second part to your question about professional service contractors, they were reduced last financial year, as I said in my opening, by more than 25%, and we are continuing to look at ways to ensure that we have the right skills in-house and not contracted in. I would note that of our PSC contractors, most are in information technology, which is a consequence of the fast-paced growth of many of the IT functions, not just in government, but also in the private sector. The other place where our PSCs most often turn up is in the project delivery space, where we need specific skills, very deep, specific, bespoke skills for that project, but it's not something that Transport needs for the longer period. Now, we also acknowledge that over the longer term, there have been PSCs appointed and then their contracts have rolled on. And we've discussed that before in budget estimates, and we are looking at that very carefully to make sure that all of these engagements are well managed. But my commitment is that we continue to drive, once we have our organisational structure aligned in the right way that is sustainable for us to go forward, that we continue to drive a grow your own skills policy, where when we need these skills for longer than very bespoke time set periods, we have that resource management that will enable us to find them, train them and keep them.
So when we hear that people with extensive experience over decades, some many decades in transport, who have attempted to continue to stay in their specialised areas but have been asked to reapply for jobs for which they may not be qualified, what do you say to those who have been asked to reapply for a different role or for roles, for example, in a project team where they may be a T expert or a bridge expert and they'll be asked to apply for a completely different role? Is that not disingenuous, asking them to apply when they have a specialist expertise right now in the organisation?
Well, Mrs. Ward, I might ask Mr. Christodoulou to comment on some of those engineering specialists, and I can't comment on individual cases. I'm not aware of any one case that you're referring to. But when we have reformed these teams, let me come back to the central tenet of what we're trying to do. We have removed 300 senior executives.
Yes, so I'm not asking you about the senior executive. I understand that, but I'm asking you about the engineers specifically.
That's not necessarily the case. Many of those senior executives may have been delivering an engineering role or a project delivery role that may relate to some of the areas that you're talking to. I don't know that without having the detail.
The project delivery team experts who have had multiple years of experience in those specific areas have told this committee that they have been asked to reapply or moved on, and that they are very concerned about the loss of engineers specifically. Do you say that in this restructure of the 950 that no engineers have been lost?
No. Also, the 950 relates to TSSM, Senior Manager, and award roles in the organisation. It's not a number of roles. It was an estimation of the cost of the number of roles that we provided to the workforce so that they understood the scale of change. We're still working through the design of what will make up that saving, which I noted was around $400 million.
Noting that, you said that you're looking to make this sustainable. Sustainable for who?
A sustainable organisation that doesn't pressure its operating expenses budgets year in, year out, and have wildly changing recruitment practices, as had been seen prior to this, where each division had replicated, and I'll be frank about this, and I've shared this with our organisation, with the people, but each division had, through the period of the COVID crisis, replicated resources across working lines, which, of course, when we looked at that in a sustainability context, isn't the way we should be running the taxpayer-funded organisation.
So it's sustainable for taxpayers or for your bottom line in your budget, not for fit for purpose for engineers carrying out specific project roles?
Well, my role as Secretary is, of course, to run a sustainable organisation for taxpayers, but also to deliver our frontline services and to always improve them. And that is what sits at the heart of this restructure.
So what outcomes have been compromised by these changes?
Well, Ms Ward, we cannot move forward with the organisation in its current format. I've said that and I've been very clear about that. We are not making compromises. We are trying to drive an organisation that is fit for the future.
So what are commuters getting out of this restructure?
We have invested more in our frontline services. As I said, we've grown the number of engineers. We have rediverted funds to operational focus. One example of that I could give is the money that the government has this year invested in the uplift of services around the future Western Sydney Airport when it opens next year. We have grown a number of other operating areas of the organisation by forecasting what we need in terms of frontline services. The savings that you refer to as the 950 as a broad term, the savings have been targeted at our back of house functions, our two corporate services divisions, which include people, communications and workplaces, and finance, technology and commercial.
So when you say senior executive backroom office, no engineers have been lost, can you be confident, just to be clear, the 950 isn't a number that I've made up, it's a number that you've proffered. Of those 950, no engineering skills have been lost. Am I correct in understanding your evidence is that in fact you have more engineers now?
Yes, my evidence is that we have more engineers than we did 12 months ago, and those engineers, as they regularly do, restructure or not, move around the organisation, particularly in the project context. As new projects come up, they move on and off. Different projects have different engineering profiles and the requirements that are required.
So prior to the restructure, the number of engineers in Transport for New South Wales has now increased. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Can I ask in terms of that, in terms of the qualifications of those engineers, what qualifies when you say an engineer in terms of their education and qualifications?
I might ask Mr. Christodoulou to talk to that, and
Thank
also
you.
the framework by which we assure that we have that engineering capability.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. So in terms of actually, as the Secretary mentioned, the number of engineers across transport on either transport or RMS salaried awards have steadily increased in the period from November 24 to October 25. In November 24, there were approximately 830, and as of October 25, that is to approximately 920. When it comes into...
So are they net new engineer positions?
This is the number of total engineering staff in engineering classified positions.
How many of those are new? Additional, grown, you use the word grown, the engineering capability, how many of those are new?
I'll take on notice in terms of actually how many they're new,
Thank you.
but the net number of staff has actually increased.
Sure. And just one other, if I may, Chair. I just want to understand, so as a result of losing 900 people, are you saying to this committee, Mr. Murray, that no services or offering by transport has been lost?
Ms Ward, that is an ongoing daily scenario that the leadership team across transport works towards, is improving services. We have added...
It may well be ongoing, Mr. Murray, but just as we sit here today, from the beginning of this process to today, are you confident that no services or offerings by transport have been lost?
Last year was the largest year on record in Transport for New South Wales, including the delivery of new services. They are all continuing under the restructure plan. We have to tailor the way the organisation is shaped to deliver all of those services. There is no services in terms of our frontline service delivery that we are targeting through this. It's completely the opposite. It's to provide prioritised support to the front end in terms of operational delivery and make decisions, tough decisions that impact real people who've been working for Transport for New South Wales, sometimes for long periods of time, particularly in the support services. They are vital roles, but they are ones where we need to make sure that we do not have duplication.
All right, and I'll finish on this. So to your knowledge, if I may, Chair, or let me know. So to your knowledge, what services have been reduced?
We are our services are intensely visible to the travelling public every single day of the week. We're not reducing services, we are tailoring the way the organisation delivers what we have to do
What
for
does that mean,
communities.
tailoring?
Well, I'm not aware of any services that you're referring to that have been cut. I'm saying to you that we are growing as an organisation in what we deliver.
So you're cutting 950 people but increasing engineers and growing your offering with no reduction in service offering. Is that what I take your evidence to be?
As I've said, we are reducing duplication, particularly in back office functions. That provides us additional operating expenses to deliver more frontline jobs. That is the overall context of what we're trying to achieve.
No, I can do it. We're just kind of going between each other for questions, freeform, we call it. I just wanted to go back to you, Mr. Christodoulou, in terms of the engineering numbers. So what Professionals Australia has put to us in their submission is that Transport for New South Wales has increasingly appointed unqualified and inexperienced executives to senior engineering and safety critical roles, often relying on vague equivalent experience clauses to bypass professional requirements. Many of these executives hold no engineering qualifications and in some cases no tertiary education qualifications at all, yet they oversee road network planning, rail asset safety, rolling stock assurance and major infrastructure delivery. So the question before was in terms of the engineering roles, when you say engineer, is that in the classic sense of what we expect an engineer to be, or I do anyway, is the minimum, I assume, 4 or 5 years university degree? Is that Transport for New South Wales's requirements as well to be in those roles?
Thank you for the question. And yes, absolutely. Every position that is being identified and classified as an engineer will actually have a set of certain competency requirements. So you'll likely probably be pleased to know and assured that I am a professional engineer and have actually completed my degrees in my capacity as a chief engineer and equally a senior executive. The way that we operate in the public service, obviously, all roles are bound by the New South Wales Public Sector Capability Framework. We've actually done extensive work in order to define an engineering capability set in accordance and the engagement with Engineers Australia. So every role that's been identified as an engineering one will actually have those integrated. We've also gone a step further internally and developed a technical capability framework which actually assesses the competency of our engineering workforce across the different levels, and we ensure that we're looking both in the current status of the workforce but equally looking forward into what are the challenges, the Internet of Things, technology disruption, technology introduction, to ensure that from an engineering perspective, we understand where we'll need to continue to grow those capabilities and requirements.
Mr. Christodoulou, how long have you been in the position?
I've actually been with Transport just over 6.5 years, so I spent my first 11 months as the Director for Bridges and Structures in Road and Maritime Services. I then moved on to a role as Acting Chief Engineer for Rail prior to the restructure. I then occupied for a period of about 5 years the role of Director Engineering, which was the equivalent to a Chief Engineer prior to the restructure, and formerly the Chief Engineer for Transport since July this year. Okay,
so the numbers of engineers or people in engineering roles, is there a difference there? Just so you, the numbers that you said before in terms of the increase, can you say those again?
Absolutely. So the number of people, actually the number of engineers in Transport for New South Wales, either in a Transport or RMS salaried award, have actually increased from 830 in November 2024 to 920 in October 2025.
And
sorry, I should state that does not include Sydney Trains or Sydney Metro.
That's right, yes.
Yes, and are they qualified engineers or in engineering positions, or is it the same thing?
It is a prerequisite to occupy a position that is classified as an engineering position to be an engineer.
Okay, and those, the 920 positions now, how many of those are I suppose I'd say, fixed-term permanent employees within Transport for New South Wales, and how many are through private firms or PSCs?
In terms of how many are fixed term as opposed to permanent term, if you don't mind, I'll take that on notice. We've got the data, just don't have it in front of me. But I want to clarify that out of those 920 that we actually count, these are internal Transport for New South Wales positions. They're not external PSC or contractor engagements.
Why then do you think Professionals Australia are so upset with what's happening? If the engineering positions, you're saying to this committee today, has increased, all of they hold the engineering qualifications that despite what Professionals Australia have potentially said to us, what's happening to, I mean, something must be happening to the engineers who are the members of Professionals Australia. So something's going on. Why do you think they're so upset? Because it sounds like there's no problem speaking to you.
I'm afraid you'll have to speak directly to Professionals Australia. I'm sure you'll appreciate us, an engineer, like to speak with facts and maths and physics. It's not my position to offer an opinion about the perceptions and opinions of another party or another organisation.
Have you read their submission?
I have read the submission.
And so are you saying that all of the information that they're providing, such as the paragraph I just read out before, is lies, full of lies?
I did not say that.
So what they have said, again, unqualified, inexperienced executives are being appointed to senior engineering safety critical roles, often relying on vague equivalent experience clauses to bypass professional requirements. You say, so that isn't happening at all. That is an incorrect statement.
So the way you actually read the statement, I want to actually highlight, it talks about senior executives not being engineers. Not every role requires to be an engineering one. So my role in particular is a senior executive position, and it is an engineering role. And as I mentioned earlier, I am a qualified and a chartered engineer. But it's important to highlight the difference between a role that requires to actually be an engineering one versus one that does not require to be one. So there will actually be other senior executive roles that will be looking more broadly at commercial, procurement, policy. Those roles, they do not require at any given time to be engineers themselves, but under the operating model that governs an assurance within transport, they will actually be seeking the advice and directions from engineers. And this is the reason why my particular role and the function of the technical authority has been established within transport to ensure that the engineering advice is transparent and provided to the executives that they need to.
So I think that's part of the issue, is that one of the things we heard this morning was that there are people now making decisions in positions of, let's see, senior development manager maybe, I'm just trying to think of maybe what the positions are, but are making decisions that don't have that expertise, the history, the engineering qualifications, and aren't seeking as much advice, and that these positions are being filled with potentially people from various private contracting firms, consultancy firms without that knowledge. Now, do you think that's a fair concern?
Chair, I might reflect on, in late 2023, we established the Engineering Matters Reference Group with Professionals Australia to look at some of these very issues. One of the elements that professionals raised with us was their view, as you would expect from the Engineers Union, that their view is that engineers in the organisation should be led by an engineer. Now, we explored that with them, and we're very open to any of the cases that they raise where they have concerns. But fundamentally, as you move through the organisation, we will get to roles where engineers will not report to engineers. They may report to development managers, as you've just said, or development directors. They may report in particular to project directors who are not engineers. Project directors on infrastructure projects, by and large, are engineers, but there are also lawyers, There are people who've done projects and worked their way through the industry. That's not a prerequisite in some of those delivery agendas, and nor is that the case in the private sector through delivery of infrastructure or in other departments that deliver infrastructure. But as Mr. Christodoulou has laid out, our engineering competencies are applied against each of those roles, and where professionals raise with us through that working group areas that they thought there should be enhanced capabilities, we did look at that. But I accept it is one of their firm positions that we should have more engineers leading engineers.
We've also heard about the regional rail fleet and some of the reductions in positions, how much of an impact that is going to have on the regional rail fleet. What's your response to those concerns?
Thank you for the question. Without being able to refer to the specifics of how that team is made up, I would point out that that entire project has been under distress for a large period of time, and only in recent weeks the government and Transport for New South Wales executed an equity buyout on the PPP, which is leading to a major change in how that regional rail fleet will be delivered. It will be delivered through much more of an in-house solution, and that team is being pulled together to deliver that at the moment. So while I can't comment on what was perhaps raised by professionals, I'm happy to look into it. Certainly we are changing the structure of that delivery team because it was responding to a PPP that was supposed to deliver the train.
An in-house team, is that an in-house team of people, existing personnel with the experience necessary to maintain and manage this regional rail fleet? The RTBU was very critical of that as well, in terms of rail becoming absorbed into Transport for New South Wales and what that has meant for a lot of decisions. So in-house, what does that mean? A new workforce potentially to manage the new, when you're saying in terms of that, is it an announcement that's been out there yet in terms of that PPP? Is
Yes.
that public?
Yeah, that has been discussed.
So what does that mean when you say in-house?
So we're working through that at the moment. One of the key issues has obviously been to complete the transaction, which has gone through for the rail entity, the private rail entity that was set up to deliver. And then we will ensure that the right team is around that. That train is continuing to be manufactured. It is being brought to the country, and Sydney Trains is running the testing of that train both in regional New South Wales and on the Sydney network, which is progressing.
Progressing. I'll go to you, Mrs. O'Brien.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, I'll return to you. You cite the final statement of the RTBU. In fact, what they said was that reform was necessary, and they also said that what's occurring is not reform. Now, the union that you would normally think would back a Labor government to the hilt, again, to quote from their submission, they've stated, the Minister and Secretary seem largely unaware, make commentary at odds with what's occurring on the ground. You've used phrases like very open, that you've consulted widely, so you're saying that they're wrong in their perception of what's occurred.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Overall. I would make the point that the RTBU has been involved all the way through. I made the point earlier that we've had 150 consultation sessions, and that my team and I have 15 transport unions who are at the coalface of having these discussions, and we attempt to work with each of those unions who have different and sometimes conflicting requests of transport as we work through those processes, and you would anticipate that that's the case. I know that the RTBU, and they were clear about that earlier today, has views about the initial decision that was taken many years ago to move the trains agencies out of RailCorp and into being corporations within Transport for New South Wales. I also note that the RTBU in February this year called for the abolition of Transport for New South Wales in its entirety. I'm committed to working with the union and working through the concerns that they expressed here, and we are doing that. I accept their criticism that that's never enough, and that's why we've also been through the IRC process, and we continue to share all of our material with them. But this is a difficult process. They have their members to represent. We have been clear that we have to make workforce changes, and they are tough on individuals.
Okay, so let's move to the workforce changes. You've stated publicly that this apparent restructure is going to save $600 million this financial year. So how much so far?
Well, we're delivering our budgets, Ms. Overall, and we have set up a plan to deliver against that. As I said earlier in today's session, 400 million of that relates to staff changes, and then around half of that again relates to finalising the operating model.
So can you give a progress report? If it's within the financial year, we're already in December, how that's progressing?
We are working through that. I can't give a dollar figure update as of today.
Well, so you can take that on notice though to provide it?
Yeah, I can take that on notice, absolutely.
Okay, that'd be terrific. Can you also tell us the actual consultant spend in dollar figures?
Look, I'll take that on notice as well. As I say, we've reduced in all of the, and I take it on notice because we talk about consultants and we talk about contractors as sort of fairly general terms. In transport, we have a number of different layers, whether that's labour hire, which we've reduced extensively across the organisation, which is putting extra bodies on seats to deliver tasks at the direction of transport teams, the PSCs that Ms Fairman has referred to, or other contracts, they're all...
Well, if you're able to break all of that down and provide that on notice, that would be very helpful.
And I have provided that through other processes like estimates, and we can do that on notice.
If you could do that for this committee, that would be appreciated. Now, you've also mentioned that a goal of the restructure was to reduce duplication, apparently. So have additional executive level roles been created?
No.
Not at all?
No, we will have a net reduction in our executive population by a substantial amount across transport, taking into account the number that was in place when I arrived in the organisation and our the government commitment, which is mid-next year.
Okay, so again, that seems to be in direct opposition to what Professionals Australia have outlined in their submission, but you're very clear on that is no.
That's right, and that's a commitment that is a whole of government commitment to drive reform. Transport has had the bulk of senior executive positions due to the amount of external work that we do, external to the organisation, and that was very clearly laid out. My understanding is by both sides of politics prior to the last election that senior executive reductions would take place.
A reduction of how many and by when?
I've committed to 300 roles, 300 senior executive roles coming out of the organisation by mid-next year, which is the government target.
The People Matters survey, continued falls from 2023, 2025 has just been released. Just 16% state change is well managed in my organisation. In 2024, that was 30%. To the question, senior executives provide clear direction. That's from 42% has fallen to 31%. You talked previously about the culture of the organisation. So what are you doing to address claims of intimidation, bullying, people being fearful of speaking out in a toxic workplace?
Yeah, any claims to that extent concern me greatly, and we have put in place a very detailed plan around respect at transport and an expectation on all of our leaders to be very visible and present in their one-to-one dealings with not just their teams but with all frontline. What we also have targeted during this restructure are things like spans of control, ensuring that we don't just have single people reporting to single people, that we have a team that is sustainable. So a clear set number of direct reports to each leader so that they are demonstrating the capabilities of a leader, but not overwhelmed by too many and not underwhelmed by having either one or two reports. We've eliminated that through these design processes wherever possible. The other element that we've taken away is intra-band reporting, where you have a director reporting to a director and the confusion and a lack of accountability that can come through there. Now that's all come from direct feedback from the workforce. I anticipate, and we did anticipate due to the scale of the change, that the PMES survey this year and last year, because of the scale of what we needed to achieve, would be difficult. The numbers are sobering, and it shows that we do need to reconnect with our entire statewide workforce. But this is why we have taken the chance to break down some of those silos that existed between very large divisions in transport, where they had, in essence, created their own support services to continue to deliver, not united in what was needed to be achieved.
But when people are talking about either current or former employees being laughed at, not being taken seriously when they're raising concerns, are you hearing these things directly in order to put into place this plan around respect? A plan is lovely, but if it's not turning into actual deliverables and people don't feel that they do have the avenues to have these things addressed, it doesn't account for much.
My team and I receive all of that feedback through the operating model process, through the restructure process, and we act on it. We go through all of those reports that come through. Also, in regards to misconduct or other claims of behaviour that might come through, Ms Taylor and I, on a weekly basis, review all new cases that are coming through the systems.
But can I just pick up on that?
Yeah,
Ms Murray, that just does not align with the evidence that we've received today under oath from witnesses that have come here in good faith to say that is just not the experience on the ground that they have. They have said today that they've raised concerns in their roles about capability and have either been laughed at or dismissed by their immediate reports. What do you say?
Mrs Ward, I've not said that issues don't happen. This is a very large organisation, 30,000 employees. I know things happen. This is an agency that has a broad range of operating models, people all across the state, different management structures, and we are trying to improve all of the experiences of our frontline people. I'm not saying there hasn't been issues. I'm saying that we have changed our processes to pick up on them.
Those employees that have indicated to us today under oath that they've lost faith in senior management and in management of Transport for New South Wales, what do you say to them?
Well, the people that said that today were giving evidence on behalf of their unions. You asked them those questions. I'm not here to contradict their opinions or offer comment on that. All I can do is set out what we're attempting to do.
That was the unions. Okay. It was the unions that said it. Yeah. No, that was from the unions when I asked directly about senior management and their faith in the organisation. Just to be clear, can I go to...
Well, again, I would say it's the union's role, and we respect that, to advocate in all the ways that they have available to them on behalf of their membership, and they've been doing that all the way through the operating model process, and we've been doing that alongside them in terms of providing information. That's been ongoing for quite a while now. Now, as I said before, I anticipate that the unions will say it's not enough and it's not moving fast enough, and some of these cuts or changes to teams are not the right design. We're listening to that feedback. We won't always come to the same agreement, but I know of multiple teams where the unions have brought changes in terms of the preferred or the proposed structure that has been put forward, including in engineering skills, and we have changed the design of that team based directly on the Professionals Australia advice that's come through that consultation process.
And it may well be the role of the unions, but these are the representatives of your employees, the very people that you're seeking to bring along in this. And you've talked about support for them and concern for them, but we've heard about the impact and the psychosocial impact, very real, to those people who have been asked to reapply for jobs that they've had for many years. And this union has brought to our attention and the committee's attention today their very real concerns.
And I agree with their concerns. It is front of mind for our executive team that we protect our workforce, even though change has to be tackled, that we set it out in the most transparent way, and that across 30,000 people they have a real awareness of where these changes will end up.
Thank you. Two quick questions. One on the senior executive service. We've been given evidence that there are 36 executives with no direct report. What do you say to that?
That I'm not aware of. Ms Taylor, do you have any response on that?
Thank you, Mrs Ward, for the question. So I am aware of those 36 roles. The unions did bring it to our attention. We we furnished them with the detailed information that talked to every role. The majority of those 36 roles were as part of the reform, either in temporary fixed term positions or they were yet to go through their consultation and determination. What I can tell you is the majority of those roles will have direct reports or won't exist going forward in the future state.
When?
So we expect to finish the consultation and determinations of all our branches by the end of March.
Okay, so they will have direct reports by the end of March.
The majority will. I think there is one or two roles that will remain as transport specialists as an individual contributor because we require their expertise at that level. So, for example, a director of tunnelling engineering.
Thank you. And my last question is about the Centre for Road Safety. We have evidence that there is a concern about the loss of road safety expertise and dismantling of the New South Wales Centre for Road Safety, that Transport's removing large number of road safety specialists at the very time when road fatalities tragically are increasing and increased with more than 40 road deaths in 2025, 40 more than the previous year, that is, and that the number has been reduced from 32 data and analytics staff and 18 policy staff have already been displaced, with a further 36 specialist roles to be abolished. How do you say that equates with the towards zero policy of the government and your assurance that no skills have been eroded?
Well, I'm happy to take that on notice because I know that that team within our Safety Policy, Environment and Regulation Division is going through many of these processes at the moment. Feedback in particular on the human factors team, which you refer to there, has been received by the leadership and is being considered at the moment. So I might take the details of that on notice. However, we are committed to road safety. It's one of the top priorities of the organisation. And again, we are looking to a structure that builds on that capability going forward while still being able to make some changes to heighten its ability to act quickly.
The New South Wales Centre for Road Safety is, as I understand it, and there's evidence before us that it's being dismantled. Its chief has been demoted to a limited term role with no direct reports, and experts are being scattered across the agency. What possible justification is there for that? Now,
we're growing the capability in policy and safety through the creation of that division. The Centre for Road Safety is a centre of excellence, but it also does need to make some changes to be able to look towards the future. And I know how committed that entire team is. That's why we're working through the consultation at the moment on that part of the organisation.
So is it being reduced? In layman's terms, do we have less people in the Centre for Road Safety?
There are changes to some of the roles in the overall Safety Policy, Environment, Regulation Division that we are still focusing on all of the outputs and the right design. You mentioned a number of different...
I'm sorry, Mr Murray, I just don't understand what that means. It's a lot of talk, but are there less staff in this role? Is this evidence wrong?
We haven't completed the design of that function yet. We're taking feedback at the moment from those individuals.
Okay, can you take on notice whether there have been or will be any reductions to the Centre for Road Safety in staff numbers?
I will take that on notice.
Thank you.
So when we've got, for example, somebody informing us about, just again jumping in from the same question, the human factors function, which I wasn't aware of before this inquiry. It's a legislated safety requirement under the Rail Safety National Law, codified in the Transport for New South Wales Human Factors Standard. You said that you took on board feedback about the human factors team. What we have before us is that there was originally proposed to be a reduction of 30% to that human factors team. So is that what you're now reconsidering, or is that, because that's certainly a reduction in staff numbers?
So I need to be clear, these are not the only roles in road safety. These are part of the overall policy and safety division within transport, which is a large division. Now within that, a centralised strategic policy function has been created which includes road safety, licensing and vehicle policy reform. A dedicated road safety data and analytics function continues to provide the best road safety data collection and analytics in the country. We have also undertaken a road safety infrastructure value chain review into the way we deliver road safety projects, and we have increased the funding going to road safety infrastructure delivery. Now, at the same time, we are looking at the structures within safety policy, environment regulation, including the human factors team, which includes work across not just road safety, but also Sydney Trains to support staff delivering their job through ergonomics and vehicle design, etc. They're a team that works right across the organisation, and we want to make sure we have the right fit. All I'm saying to you today is that's currently in design, and we are taking feedback on that part of the organisation, and we are factoring in what we're hearing from people.
So the senior service executive positions, the 1,100 figure, is that pre the 300 cull or post the 300 cull? So that's a terrible word. Less the 300 positions that are going.
I'm not sure. I want to be clear about the right.
1,100 was used at the last budget estimates, the figure you gave, and I think followed that up in a supplementary.
Of senior executives.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor, do you know the current?
So it'd be good
number?
to, while Ms Taylor's looking at that, just to know what the final figure's going to be. Also, from the 300 that you said that's your target,
Yes.
you've been able to reduce the number by, you've found 200 basically roles to go, or they've gone. Why the delay in the 100? This did start 2 years ago, didn't it?
No, we're very close. Ms Fanneman, we're now very close to our target.
Oh, you're very close to the target?
Yeah, with 6 months to go.
Okay. I'll go to, I've just lost my next question, so I'll go to you.
Yes.
Sir.
Can I ask who at Transport for New South Wales is in charge of the restructure overall?
I am.
Right, so they directly come to you, you are directly responsible for it, for staff, job cuts, etc.
Well, I'm the secretary, so I'm responsible and accountable for the structure and strategy of the organisation.
Is there anyone
Ms. Taylor
in place who is responsible for undertaking the restructure beneath you, effectively?
We have a steering committee made up of a number of executives that reviews the design principles and approves changes as they are worked through by the individual branches that are going through their design.
Just quickly, Chair, just to finish off on that. Now, I would point out that Professionals Australia has 20,000 members, obviously across Australia, but that means that they also have significant membership number in Transport for New South Wales, and I would expect that RTBU would be similar. So neither are unions to be dismissed lightly. So what do you say to the statements made, including from both of those unions, as well as affected and pretty courageous staff members, really, both current and former, that you are not the person to deliver the reform that's needed?
Well, again, I'm not going to comment on that's up to the unions to put forward their case before you earlier today. I've been working with both those unions since I came into this role, particularly through the RTBU enterprise agreement process. We spent a lot of time together during that period, and I would anticipate, as I said before, that they would advocate strongly for their members, especially in a time of disruption in the organisation. But I think both unions acknowledge that this is work that in some way has to be tackled.
We heard today about a KPMG report that some of the restructure has been based upon, which hasn't been released. Firstly, that KPMG report, who's that gone to? I assume senior management, the minister, cabinet potentially?
Chair, I appreciate the question, but I'm not aware of this KPMG report.
Okay, so you're not aware of it at all.
No.
has been done then, maybe it's a different consultancy and they got the name incorrect. What's the basis in terms of what assessment has been undertaken for this? Have you outsourced any of it?
And again, I should stress I'm not trying to be cute by saying no KPMG report. We're not aware of the report.
Okay.
Throw in any consultant's name that the unions are specifically referring to. While of course we have worked with Big Four consultancies in the past, we've greatly reduced that over a long period, and particularly over the last 3 years, we have significantly reduced it. In regards to the delivery of this, similar to Ms Overall's question before, we are delivering this project through the People, Communications and Workplaces Division of Transport, reporting into a steering committee which I chair.
Okay. The RTBU's submission, maybe I didn't convey that correctly. They called it a branch design review. The architecture of the organisational restructure, they say, was apparently determined by one of the Big Four accounting and consulting firms.
I'm not aware of what that refers to.
Ms Taylor, no. When you say reducing the consultancies, use of consultancies, you've dramatically reduced that over the last few years. Do you have a figure of the overall spend as opposed to the number of employees, the reduction or the savings?
Again, I'm happy to take that on notice because we would like to break it up into its individual categories.
Yes.
We certainly, in my first year in the portfolio, we saved around $800 million in staff costs across a range of actions, particularly in reducing external spend.
One final question from me before I throw for a few more.
I've just got one.
People who are, so PSCs, people in positions that are contractor positions or consultant positions, are they able to, in any role, make hiring decisions or recruiting decisions, or is that not available? Ms Taylor?
They don't have any delegation, so they don't have any decision-making rights, especially in that recruitment and under their HR delegations as well as the financial delegations.
Yeah, regardless of how long they've been in the position?
Regardless, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to questions from Mrs Ward.
Thank you. Mr Murray, you talked in your opening statement about improved tolling outcomes for motorists. What improved tolling outcome has been delivered for motorists today?
Well, I referred to that work, the organisation New South Wales Motorways has been set up, and that's their
How is that an
prime
improved
focus.
deal for motorists?
I said that's what they're working to deliver.
You said, sorry, say that again?
I said that's what they're working to deliver, improved deals for motorists, and some of that was announced yesterday in the confirmation of the toll cap.
Yes, so the toll cap continuing and being reduced to $5,000 annually and an increased two-way toll, how is that a good deal for motorists?
Well, that is the work of the New South Wales Motorways entity to continue to drive reform in the delivery of the motorways, both from an infrastructure point of view, which is what we've done in creating that particular entity within the organisation, but also that they will continue this work on toll reform, which is the government priority.
So creating a new bureaucracy for increasing two-way tolls and a new toll on an old road and having a toll cap that is now limited to $5,000 a year is a good deal for motorists. Is that what you're telling this committee?
Well, Ms Ward, I'm not suggesting that their work is done, but they're making significant progress, and that's all been discussed in other forums.
What's the progress?
There was an announcement yesterday, which I know you're aware of,
Of two-way tolling?
of the extension of the toll cap, and the other work, I'll leave that to further announcements along the way.
Well, I'm just continuing your opening line from your opening statement about the benefits involved in this restructure. But
My comment in the opening was that we have implemented what we set out to do in terms of organisational reform in delivering New South Wales Motorways as a functioning entity and delivering the Transport Asset Manager, and doing that within the resources of transport.
yeah, more bureaucrats.
No, less bureaucrats, as I've also highlighted in terms of the reductions at a senior level.
Mr. Fells, Mr. Cousins, more bureaucrats. I'll move on.
Budget estimates.
Sure. You raised it, you opened the door. And in relation to rail reliability, my final question, how will these changes in the restructure assist with improvements to rail reliability?
Well, there are a number of crossover elements, but I would make the point that this is not about Sydney Trains. This is about Transport for New South Wales. The jobs that we've talked about today are about Transport for New South Wales. The unions this morning, the RTBU, did make the comment that they believe that the action plan that is in place for rail reliability is showing some good signs, and that there are areas in there of investment and change that they are supportive of. We met with Mr. Turner and Mr. Warnes at the time of announcing that the action plan that sits alongside the independent rail review, and Transport for New South Wales is working hand in hand with Sydney Trains to drive that.
Mm-hmm. And so these reductions, the 950 less people and the budgetary savings won't improve rail reliability or won't impact it?
The changes don't relate to Sydney Trains.
So there'll be no impact to rail reliability, whether improvement or not?
These are two different areas, Ms Ward. The transport structure is being improved to target operational frontline services, of which rail is something inherently baked into that.
Mm-hmm.
The changes to the number of people that work within Transport for New South Wales is unrelated to the capabilities within Sydney Trains.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Overall, do you have anything, any other final questions? We're almost out of time because the government members are ceding their time, so this is being cut short.
I think you have a final one, Chair.
Okay. All right. Ms. Taylor, some of the some submissions or evidence that we have heard is that the team, people and culture, is that correct? That concerns that are raised within people and culture, concerns regarding bullying, fear of speaking out, fear of retribution, frankly, for people who do speak out, that they're not dealt with appropriately, that these people are targeted if they do. And in fact, we also have heard just concerns of people being involved in this inquiry, staff members who have felt pressured not to be involved in this inquiry. How does that reflect on your leadership? You actually have been mentioned a number of times in the submissions that your department and the way in which you handle complaints could be better. What's your response?
Thanks, Ms. Fairman, for the question. We have done quite a lot of work in how we manage our significant workforce matters. As the Secretary talked to, we did a review to look at our policies, our processes, the capabilities we had to manage our investigations. We have done a lot of training around respect at transport. We've rolled out training around our psychosocial hazards, and this has gone right across the enterprise and into PCW. So it is an enterprise-wide approach. The importance of that is we have seen outcomes of that. We're seeing increased reporting coming through the Speak Up hotline. I think it's increased to about 1,300 or 1,400 reports this year, and we make sure that those reports are assessed appropriately, and that would include P&C. And if there are reports coming in around P&C staff members who are raising issues or grievances or potential misconduct, then we will absolutely bring in other independent parties to look at those to ensure that they are treated with transparency and objectiveness and there is no bias provided.
Does every employee have unfettered access to employee assistance programs? Are they all informed about it, and are they all able to access it? Because I've also heard concerns around that.
Yes. So thank you. So yes, the answer to that question is every employee across transport has access to the employee assistance program, as well as a plethora of other support mechanisms that we make available. We have over 150 health first aiders across the organisation. We have a Stay Well hub that provides support tools. We run a range of training programs around both personal, professional and financial well-being, and we've increased that. We had some issues raised around the accessibility of the employee assistance program, and we have been working with our partner to ensure that those issues have been addressed, including bringing online some additional services so that they have that during this time that people have more access to that employee assistance program, including rolling out on-site sessions in both Sydney, in our metropolitan areas as well as our regional areas.
Okay. All right, thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time because we did an arrangement that government members won't ask any questions in their time, so we finish early today, which is good for you. So thank you for appearing today, and we appreciate it. We appreciate you making yourselves available. The committee secretariat will be in touch if we have any supplementary questions, and I think you took some on notice. That's it for today. Have a great end of the year and hope you get a break, and see you back at budget estimates.
Thank you.